Alrighty. Can I remember how we do this? Probably. Should we see? Alrighty. How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Now, mic check 1, 2. We've had technical issues previously. Let's hope not today. I've been slacking. I know. I've been slacking. I've been slacking publicly. I've been working busy behind the scenes though. Let's get some stuff sorted. Where is the button? Okay, that's fine. Right, let's let Discord know, shall we? Oh, I've just realised the TSM giveaways should have finished by now. Have they finished? They have. We have 3 winners. Lovely. I've not been playing well the last few days. This has meant that my concentration has fully capped. This is not a position I wanted to be in, but we have absolutely max capperoonie on the concentration. So I think I should probably fix that today. It's also very close to the end of the month, meaning this thing needs to be finished. I have 250 token points, less than 100 away, making me think I should really do something to get this, but I haven't quite figured out exactly what yet. Can we... Is there any, like, quick and easy stuff? What's the profession-related stuff that we can do? Cook all pilgrim bounty recipes. Gather herbs or skin or fish over in Northrend. Or gather herbs or skin or fish in Calendar or Eastern Kingdoms. Is that 100 points? Can I just quickly smash that out on an old druid? Hang on. Maybe we can blast that real quick. Let's get these 250 traders tenders. Tendies. Where are we at? I need somebody that's got old school gathering. Oh God, where's my bumblebutt? Only level 60, but this is my old school herb miner. Clearly not been logged on for basically ever. Probably not since Shadowlands. This could be an adventure. Yeah, while I've not been live for a few days, I have been busy squirreling away. I don't know how many people will have spotted or noticed because I've not made this public yet. But people who have access to the guide, the Goblin Guide to the War Within has had some updates recently, quite sizable updates. I have now, to give you guys a sneak peek of it, I've streamlined the entire guide. I've streamlined it pretty aggressively. It is now no longer 300 and something pages long. It is actually only 45 pages long. And this is because what I've done is I've taken all of the professions and I've slapped them in their own documents. This has meant that the weightiness of the main guide is substantially less. It's a much smaller file. It's much easier to navigate. And it means more than anything else, people can pick and choose and read through just the sections that are more prominent to them. We've done a huge section on concentration and how to use it. I've started putting some information on add-ons. Each of the guides are then also simultaneously containing much better builds. If we open the blacksmithing guide, for example, I know people are still filtering into the stream this morning, but I'll get this out of the way because when people check the VOD, it will be something to explain nice and quickly. Blacksmithing is now updated in a lot more detail. We've got huge amounts of detail on how to build the blacksmith, what to spec into for different builds and the likes, and some further hints and tips. And so each profession has now got its own dedicated document, which I did a bit of a read test of these, and each profession is about 30-35 pages long. So there's loads of detail in these now. So I've been working on this. This is what's been keeping me busy the last few days. But this is why I've not been live. You're off the coast of Spain, so it's literally coffee time. Nice. How do you see the effort-wise with the alt army with enchanting right now? I'm down to about 500k weekly. I mean, 500,000 weekly, boo-hoo. It's declining, but the thing is that it always was going to. It always was going to. The long tail advantage of this is that once it's all set up and once you've got your professions in order, you don't have to touch it for the rest of the expansion, and it'll just be nice, steady, super quick and easy residual income. And if you're down to 500k a week right now, we are in the pits. This is the pits. This is, let's not forget, this is usually the period during a patch where you cannot make anything anywhere. You are scrapping around trying to find something that's useful to do because everything is crushed into the floor. To still be able to make 500,000 gold a week is batshit crazy level goal making for what we would probably expect at any point during the expansion. It's just the obvious that we're so very close from the start of expansion hype. We're still so very close to that it's kind of a bit, you know, it's all a bit fresh. It's all a bit fresh. We still feel it a little bit, and so of course it can make it feel less rewarding than it probably could or should be. But honestly, it's still pretty impressive that we're able to make this much at this point. And it will be consistent, right? Let's not forget that it will be consistent. This isn't going to be something that's going to go away. This will be for the rest of the expansion now. One thing, though, I would say, is that diversifying your builds is critical. Critical. The early advertisement for concentration builds was set something up, never touch it again. I don't believe in that method. I believe that is, sure, the quickest and easiest way to set everything up initially, but I still think you probably want to be doing something with those characters on a... I don't have any keybinds or anything on this dude. You want to be doing something on some regular cadence with the professions, keeping them up to speed. You at least want your 100 plus 40 build, even on concentration builds. Now that sounds mental to state, but trust me, the 100 plus 40 build is going to be your ticket to continuously being able to make expansion throughout the whole expansion, not just kind of like this short window of opportunity. Absolute bare minimum builds are going to become very, very slim pickings very quickly, I reckon. What do you mean with a 100 plus 40 build? 100 skill in your profession and 40 bonus skill points from your tools, so rare tools. is the basis, sort of like 100 plus 40. This means that with enough skill, with enough knowledge points obtained, you will eventually be able to guarantee things at quality 3 or quality 5, depending on what you're crafting. This is, I wouldn't say misconception, but maybe something that people haven't really put too much thought into yet, is that you are going to want to continue to grow those professions and not just leave them at absolute bare minimums. Because this is a game where bare minimum doesn't get you a reward anymore. Bare minimum might get you a reward now. It might get you a piece of the pie now because you're early to the party. But we're literally 3 months into the expansion. If you're trying to operate on bare minimum builds in 6 months' time, you probably won't be making any gold with them. You might still be being outperformed by... Oh, hello, the wrong way around. You might be being outperformed by people who have taken the time and the effort to, you know, get a few extra knowledge points, put in that work order, get that little bit of extra artisan security. Effort pays, honestly. Effort pays. Next week, most of my characters will be maxed out on all of the trees for enchants. See, that's a good spot to be in. That's a good spot to be in. That means you can very, very quickly switch to whatever is like the meta at the time, right? You're it especially keeps you safe if they add any more stuff in the later patches. Are we? How much stuff was I meant to be gathering for this? There's no way to like easily track this, is there? Wait, hang on. Why is this not working? Why is it not saying I've collected anything? Kalimdor and Eastern Kingdoms, gather herbs, ore, skin, and fish. Why is that not working? Okay. All right. Does that... Now I'm mighty confused. Time to switch to resourcefulness is close. The what do you call it? As the bountiful, the vial of bountiful seasons changed yet? It can't be far off at this point, can it? Okay, either I'm doing something wrong here, or this just isn't working. Or I wonder if it's just not tracking. But I seem to have basically gathered like 50 herbs already. I wonder if the tracking just doesn't work. I wonder if it's doing anything behind the scenes. I thought this was going to be a quick and easy. Gather some herbs. Get my 250 traders tender before the end of the month. In preparation for next month. They've announced next month's cosmetic-y things, haven't they? Or they've sneak peeked them or something. And we're getting a purple wolf or something. No, crafting orders is the only one it's showing is completed. This activity has expired. Is it? Oh, wait, hang on. What are the dates on this? 23rd of the 10th to the 8th of the 1st. Well, that's weird. That's the entire anniversary event. But then there's another one, Time Walking Dungeon event, which is right now, by the looks of things. Maybe I need to go gather herbs out in Northrend instead? Okay. Let's go over to Northrend and see. Have I got Northrend stuff on here? Yeah. Let's have a little looky. Easiest way to somewhere Northrend. Actually, don't we have a Hearthstone for this business? Can't we just go Dalaran Hearthstone? I have not played this character for so goddamn long. Wow, he doesn't have any builds. I don't even know what spec I am right now. I'm in feral spec. An odd spec to be in. Alright, sure. Hearthstone, Dalaran Hearthstone. Can't use whilst pacified. What does that mean? Do it. Do it. Can you tell I don't do much herbalism in mining? Especially in outer world zones. Oh, that's the wrong Dalaran. How do we get to the other Dalaran?
Light be with you. Go with honor,
That's
friend.
the wrong Dalaran. Take me to the old Dalaran game. Oh, my brain is pre-coffee and I can't think straight. It's too early for this business. Way too early for this business. Northrend Dalaran. Take me here. I love the fact that I can just tell Zygor to take me somewhere and it does it. Portal Womb, Crystal Soul Forest. That's the one. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sluggish this morning. There we go. That's the right Dalaran now. Woo! It's busy out here. Sheesh. Right, let's go fly off somewhere and go grab some stuff. Should we just go Ice Crown? Ice Crown's easy to herb mine in, isn't it? Right, give me some more. Let's see if this works now. See if this number goes up. Hey, bingo. There we go. Okay, it's the game just being weird. Is that a rich Saronite on top of a titanium vein? Double winning. I love how it shows me that gem as the valuable thing. No, I think you'll find the 4 pieces of titanium ore are the most valuable thing there. Oh, herbs are going to count as well. There we go. This should be nice and quick now. Okay, those 3 pieces of lich bloom didn't count for some reason. Makes perfect sense. Oh, they counted. $27, $29. It's easy business. Where's the herb here? This wasn't my plan this morning, as I need to be burning my concentration. But we're within 17 herbs or ore away from an extra 250 traders tender, so I'm sure we'll have use for that soon. Then we'll get back to business. Oh, you don't regenerate vigor, do you, when you're using dragon riding in old world zones? It's only in new zones that works. It's almost like using old school flying is actually better. Who would have thought? Oh, I'm not even gonna have the button on this character. Or maybe I do. That's the warband maps to everywhere button. Where's the change skyriding button? There we go. So odd how, even though it's slower for herbing and mining, the old gathering, the old flying style is just so much easier. Especially, imagine trying to land on this motherfucker with dragon riding. Oh my god. Apple juice down. It's a good morning when we start with apple juice. Oh, there it is. There we go. Boom. Done. Right, hearth you back to wherever you belong, which is Stormwind City. That'll do. Even made 500 to 1,000 gold off that little adventure as well. Technically, if we were to sell the materials, they're just going to rot in my bags, though. It was never the plan to play that character for very long. Right, back to business. More importantly, coffee. This is, though, without doubt, the quietest I've seen retail for quite some time. And I deliberately say retail and not World of Warcraft, because obviously Classic right now, from a streaming perspective, the big boy streamers are all obsessed with doing Classic Hardcore now, right now, aren't they? Which is quite interesting. It's unfortunately just not a game that really, really incentivizes me to go back and play it again. I got my character name, so if we do want to have a go with Classic Fresh at any point, the character's there. There we go, there's my extra 250 Traders Tender.
Here to take a look around?
How much we got then? 2,285. That's going to be loads. That's loads of money. Loads of money. I didn't get the Sylvanus Mog. I never bothered to get the Sylvanus Mog. Should I get the Sylvanus Mog? Or is 2,285 going to be nice and useful tomorrow when they clearly do something else? Squirt Week is live this week. Is it really? Wait, hang on, what's this? Super Squirt Week? What? Wait, what? Squirt is in the thing, but that doesn't make it a Super Squirt Week, does it? Hang on. You have to get the Sylvanus mod. It can be applied to male characters. Nothing like a Colteran male. Oh, really? I didn't even think about that. Oh, okay then. Okay. Okay. We'll get the Sylvanus Mog. Battling Squirt is... Squirt does not make it Super Squirt, though. The concept of Super Squirt is that you have both Squirt and Pet Battle Week running simultaneously. But does that mean it's Super Squirt all week? Is this the week to grind pets like a crazy beast? Super Squirt Week is live this week. With the arrival of this week's Pet Battle event during the 20th anniversary... Usually rarely occurring, Super Squirt is when Sign of the Critter lines up with Squirt being active in the Warlords of Draenor menagerie. However, at the World of Warcraft 20th anniversary celebrations in the Caverns of Time, Squirt has made an appearance for the duration of the celebration. She can be found between the two rotating pet tamers on the pet battle stage. Oh, so it is kind of technically Super Squirt Week then. Oh, well, that's interesting. That's fun. That's fun. There's some very spicy character leveling opportunities here while simultaneously leveling pets. Is this an outrageously gross, disgusting semi-AFK way of leveling alts to 80? Plenty of pet trainers are viable to level pets with, but Super Squirt is especially important to pet battlers for a few reasons. That with a safari hat or a lesser pet treat, you can get any pet from level 1 to 25 in just 2 battles. The Squirt battle can be repeated as many times as you would like. Squirt can be completed in a very short amount of time, average 2 to 3 minutes, or way less than that. Way less than that by the time you've got add-ons and shit up and running. Squirt has a predictable moveset. Most teams will consistently win without the carry pet even being defeated. The important thing to note is, unlike the Garrison version, Squirt is not located close to any NPC that will heal your battle pets, so make sure you bring along battle pet bandages. Ah, there we go. Okay, that's going to be the caveat then, isn't it? This is the only time during the event that Super Squirt will be active, so if you've been putting off leveling any battle pets at all, this week is the time. Yeah, there's also the strong possibility of leveling characters with this. The entire point of Super Squirt is that Squirt is placed next to a pet healer, so you don't need to burn bandages. Without that, Squirt isn't really any more special than any other repeatable Legion Pet Battle World Quest. Not sure why this is noteworthy. Probably because it's guaranteed to be up instead of being random. I love doing the Snail World Quest in High Mountain, but I don't know if and when it will line up this week. Sure. Yeah, not having pet healing is the main problem with all of this. I think I'll still leave it till regular super squirt times. They could have at least linked to the website that says when super squirt usually is. When is the next super squirt day? Gotta be careful googling that, honestly. Warcraft pets. It's a safe website to navigate. European realms. Oh, December 2nd. Literally Monday. Literally Monday. Oh, so we're going to have a proper super squirt day soon anyway. At least on Team EU anyway. So, yeah, alternatively, ignore the anniversary event. Just wait till Monday and then just sit in your garrison all day. Leveling pets, leveling alts. Nice. Snipe crafting requests in trade chat with the CraftScan add-on. Ha! Wowhead's made an article on this, has it? Wow, okay. Wowhead's actually made an article about CraftScan. Not that I'm into much in terms of crafting order business, because I CBA dealing with random Joes, but you got to read the comments. People are going crazy about bots. Of course they are. Anytime a player enters trade chat, it's easy to find wall-to-wall advertisements from crafters looking to make some quick gold. But what's much harder to find, though, however, is somebody posting in chat to buy those services. Namely, because it's so easy to lose a quick want-to-buy message in between macro-fueled advertisement links. Now, though, there's a solution to the problem of easily reaching these buyers, the CraftScan add-on. Created by Steven05, or Stevenos, maybe. CraftScan is an add-on designed to make finding and buying for your services as easy as possible by scanning chat for keywords, allowing you to pick relevant buyers out of the crowd. Once CraftScan has picked up on a potential craft you're able to complete, you can reach out to the buyer with a custom-created greeting. Okay. Sure. Then we need to turn Spotify down a bit, don't we? Background music needs to be in the background. Justin Timberlake, take a back seat, my friend. Currently, trade chat across most servers is filled with players looking to sell, with messages from macros coming in fast and pushing the chat forward. It's easy to lose a buyer, but those precious seconds it takes to scroll back up and find them means that those using CraftScan you'll be too slow to make a sale. CraftScan's customizable greetings only take one click, meaning you can reply to all requests for service in less than a second if you're paying attention. That's not to say the add-on removes any need to act for yourself, though. While it functions to scan chat for keywords are automatic, replying to players is not. You'll need to manually click each player you want to message in ChatScan's UI. Otherwise, all you're left with is a neat list showing players that are looking for specific craft types. This is a fantastic feature for those hungry crafters who are looking to make as much gold as possible. The automated chat scanning that CraftScan does might be a point of friction for those who don't use it. Players simply won't be able to compete with the ease and speed that CraftScan allows players to apply and coordinate sales, meaning that without the add-on, it will be significantly harder to score private orders than it has ever been previously. That's not all CraftScan can do, though. When installing the add-on, players are greeted with a release note type pop-up on login, detailing the different functions and providing cursory instructions. All the way at the bottom, though, is a section referring to Find a Crafter. the latest innovation coming to the add-on once testing is fully complete. The page to send a personal order now has a Find Crafter button. This button sends a request to all CraftScan users to see who can craft the item and presents the results in a table with the crafter's configured commission. Each profession and item now has a commission box to configure that will show up in this table, and the text is limited to 12 characters to fit the table. You've joined the CraftScan channel, but you don't need to enable it or see any messages in the channel. It exists to allow CraftScan to privately broadcast requests like players usually do in trade chat. This, a lot of people don't realise, but TSM does a lot of this. Trade Scrum Master utilises a lot of hidden chat channels to sync your data between your characters and your accounts. As a crafter, you might now receive unprompted whispers from customers that already know that you can craft something. This one is a bit difficult to test since trial accounts aren't allowed to access the crafting tables. If you run into any issues, you can disable the feature until I can fix it. You can opt out of being included in this table via the new discoverable settings in main Blizzard settings menu. Hey, you know, this is interesting because this is more towards what I wanted Blizzard to do in the first place. And it's clear that because Blizzard has not done it, somebody's come along and decided that they're going to do it, which indicates that it's not out of the range of feasible. It's just Blizzard didn't want to do it. Because I've said one of my biggest critiques since the very beginning of Dragonflight is that there needs to be a notice board style system that allows crafters to say, hey, look, this is what I can do and this is what I'll do it for. It's not good for the game, like bad, even when I know I'm going to take advantage of it like crazy. I've had people whispering me for crafts saying that they found me via CraftScan. I think that's very clever. I think it's very clever. I have not... It might require me doing some testing for this, because this might... If people can find you to get something crafted, and they can be easily informed what they need to do to put an order in, and people can put orders in with you, then there's some interesting options that could open up here. Especially with somebody with a relatively public, well-known name. No, none of my characters are set up to craft anything for anybody anyway, so I'm not even entirely sure how I'd test this. I've not got any professions set up for work orders, but this is interesting. This needs some more research, I think. Problem is it doesn't tell the customers what character to send orders to. Okay. All crafting orders now never exist because you're forced to put in all the mats. Oh, that's only for the public ones though. This is all designed to allow for personal orders where
Is that your wallet?
everything is up for negotiation.
Both, I hope.
So easy to make it good, but they made it worse than in Dragonflight. I mean, we're going in the right direction. We're just unfortunately going there quite slowly. That's my issue. Kahani, my man, thank you very much. Welcome in. Good morning. 33 months. 33 months. 1/3 of an entire century of months. Thank you, my man. I appreciate that. I've had people send rank 3 mats for crests. It'd be nice if you can tell them they don't need that. Now, there's two sides to that story. Yes, people will use rank 3 mats for crests when they absolutely 100% don't need to. But the system as designed by Blizzard puts the emphasis on them in a way. But that's a really strong example of where the system falls flat on its face for me, and why I've always thought that the system for work orders is backwards anyway. I hate the fact I've always been a big advocate, and most people don't agree with me with this. I've always been a big advocate for people who put orders in to provide no materials. I don't want I don't actually want people to give me materials. I want a scenario where the only variable is the amount of gold that they pay for having that item made. That's the only variable I want. Obviously, things like, you know, you can request a secondary stat on it, but I don't want you to provide anything to make that happen. You know, kind of like how a shop works anywhere in the real world, right? Any shop, anywhere, ever. You don't walk into an Apple store with an LCD screen and a battery and a piece of aluminum and go, can you make me an iPhone at quality 3, please? No. Apple does all of that shit, and they put a ticket on it, and you can choose to buy it or not. I think the same should be the case with the crafting system. I do not understand why the buyer is expected to know what materials are needed at what qualities to produce what, right? Obviously, there's the preconception that the better the materials you provide, the better the thing that you will get. But the point is you are then also looking for a crafter that can make a certain thing. So the system is backwards in my mind. It always has been. This is why I don't particularly like it. But this is at least pushing us in the right direction, I think. Pushing us in the direction where there's at least going to be something for crafters to go through their list of things that they can craft and state the commission that they need to craft a certain thing. Your name can then appear up in a list when people try and search for it, for example. This is probably going to be most utilized by crafters looking to get their profession gear crafted. I don't think this is going to spread that far into like everybody just having CraftScan for when they make that 1 or 2 pieces of gear for their character. But between crafters, I think it could work quite well. If Blizzard wanted, they could just allow to specify minimum rank for public orders. They specifically said they didn't want that, though. Well, yeah. I mean, Blizzard have made their bed with that one. They've tried. Let's not forget they've tried basically every option, but the one categorical reason why they still to this day. They're not really great at giving reasons, but the reason why they don't want you to specify quality on public orders is because they want you to find the crafter. That is the upsell. That is the upsell to actually finding a crafter, right? The upsell to finding a crafter is that you can then specify with that crafter what quality you want. That's the like, would you like, you know, that's when you go into McDonald's and it's like, would you like to make that a meal? Would you like to make that large? That's the upsell. They have to make the public order system. There has to be a caveat to the public order system. There has to be something that makes the public order system not perfect. Because if it was perfect, why would you ever hunt out somebody? You would just quite simply do a public order with your materials, specify the quality, and then just wait, right? That's the path of least resistance. I know that's what everybody wants, but because there is something that is meant to be the better option, they have to make it so that public orders is a worse option. It's kind of a design restriction, really, which is why they've been pretty stubborn about changing it. But if something like this takes off, if something like this actually ends up taking off and everybody just uses CraftScan and this add-on gets developed more so and it ends up with a really nice dashboard interface showing who does what and this sort of stuff, I might install this and have a look. I've not used it up until this point. I've heard lots about CraftScan. I'm constantly being told by people that without CraftScan, you basically can't do work orders. My solution is I just don't do work orders anyway, but this is starting to be interesting, I think. With the Find a Crafter feature, players using CraftScan will be able to see others using the add-on and reach out to them directly, bypassing the trade chat altogether. Players looking for a crafter can see what you're able to do and reach out to you unprompted, a feature that many players have been asking for baseline in the form of order boards. Many players, e.g. me, or other similar advertisement methods with the revamped work order system. Those using CraftScan, this is a fantastic way to easily advertise their business without any extra effort. But for those that don't have the add-on, it means an entire population of buyers is essentially invisible to you using trade chat. Players looking to stay competitive in the crafting game are constantly looking for any edge they can find, and currently CraftScan's automation is that edge. I wish they wouldn't use words like this so liberally, because it's almost like they're deliberately baiting for rage in the comments when they use words like automation, because they know automation is not allowed in the game. One action, one key press is the rule, basically. If it can't be done in a macro, you probably shouldn't be doing it, sort of thing. But, you know, I mean, this is why I don't like Wowhead sometimes, because instead of just stating what the situation is, stating what the add-on is, this is highly opinionated. This is the thing you have to remember about Wowhead, is every single article on Wowhead is not, it's not a news outlet anymore, Wowhead. Every single article is an opinion piece. This is very, very heavily somebody's opinion, and opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. So you're going to like some of them, you're not going to like others, and this is very, very, very opinionated, and definitely pushing you to the, you know, if sentences like this, where's it gone? It means that an entire population of buyers is essentially invisible to you without using trade chat. It's prompting you to get pissed off that this is an add-on that without it you're not going to be competitive. Well, let me tell you, if you don't have weak auras this day and age, you're probably not going to be overly competitive. If you're not using Craft Sim right now, you are probably not producing anything at any reasonable amount of profit. If you're not using TSM to deal with your auction house stuff, you're probably not as competitive. You can probably make a boat with your bare hands, but if you have the right tools, it's going to make that whole process much easier, and that's what add-ons are. They're tools to make the things you're doing in the game easier, for the most part. I don't think they need to be bombastically sort of, you know, demonized so much. Delete this. So this is the add-on they're using. Personally, I thought it was a script. Typically, I don't give the craft to these players that are using a blatant add-on to DM you with. For all I know, the responses I get are inorganic. I typically give it to somebody else to craft for me whenever I can see it's a script response. Who asked? Oh my god. While extremely nice when I want something crafted, it's extremely annoying that this is a thing. The crafting system in general is complete idiocracy and needs a ground-up rework. I feel for anybody that devotes time and resources into it, there's no way it is fun. I use this add-on because it was impossible to make gold without it, but I do think it should be deleted. Same, I was recommending a craft for somebody, linked my own, and this bot messaged me saying that they'll craft it instantly. I called him out on it too, and he didn't want to admit it was a bot. Wow. Wow, the negativity towards this is wild, eh? For me, it's been like this since Lariats. I get ignored 1 in 25 times by people not liking a macro response, but the amount of crafts I do, thanks to the automated response, is massive. Yes, it's, you know, it's, you can't please everybody situation. If you go from being able to fill 3 or 4 orders an hour sat in trade chat to being able to fill 20, 25 orders an hour, but 3 or 4 people choosing deliberately not to craft with you, then you haven't really lost anything, have you? Like, this is the thing, right? You've extended your reach. You've massively improved your you know, you have at that point actually grown your business. With CraftScan, people will just sort possible crafters by commission, probably. That's all that crafters want. It's the buyer's prerogative to get the thing that they want for the cheapest possible price. It's your prerogative as the crafter to charge as much as you can. Where those two things meet in the middle is where deals happen. It's just that's just business. I would much rather there be some system that allows much easier finding and communication between players than one that is deliberately full of friction just in the name of maybe, you know, in the name of a social aspect. No. This isn't, you're not making friends by crafting for somebody. There ain't nobody out there that's ever crafted something for somebody and then gone on to be best mates and to go run Mythic Plus dungeons with them and to, you know, be godparents to their children. No, it's somebody wants something and somebody knows how to make the thing. The only time those two players are ever going to communicate is to get what they both want out of it. It's an entirely selfish social endeavor. For Blizzard to try and claim it's anything other than that is just not true. It's strictly business at that point. This is why trying to make it a big social thing and, you know, get people talking and build a community out of it, it's all bullshit. Because it just doesn't. It doesn't work like that. Add quality to public orders and we can avoid this nonsense altogether. Trade chat is largely unreadable at certain hours. Well, that's always going to get upvoted, isn't it? That's cool, and it's your right to pick your crafter. I'm sure they appreciate the one craft they get. But we who do use this add-on do not miss your one craft. We get so many with it that I'm constantly busy jumping tunes, which feels like a great crafter who crafts should feel busy. And I know that sounds harsh towards you, but the crafting game is so competitive right now. Anybody not using this is making like your 1 order versus my 5 in the same time. It sucks. Because I was the person typing out all my crafting messages and getting beat out. Now I just spam trade chat with my Master of All achievement and then use this add-on to snipe people who don't message me before they get sniped by somebody else. Also, this doesn't auto-message people. It isn't a bot that sits there and spams somebody ASAP until... It still requires a click or it would be against the TOS. You still need to click a button to send the message. It's just a glorified macro. You just don't need to make the actual macro. This add-on just helps you get the crafter faster and stop wasting both our time. You get the craft fast and I can move on to the next craft. We both win. That's what it sounds like to me. What it sounds like to me. I get spammed so much with what seems like an immediate response, I assume, from this add-on, when asking for a craft, that it's easier for me to go with whoever was the slowest to respond to me. The slowest probably isn't using the add-on. Yeah, I mean, like, who you choose to buy your shit from is entirely up to you, but you can't bastardize the way that people go about selling it. It's crazy. Thanks. I hate all of this. Remove this post. Add-on replaces the tiniest bit of social interaction left in personal orders with a pre-built message. You ain't making friends via public order, via personal orders. Name me one time that has ever happened. I call bullshit on your issue there. Sorry. Social interaction, my ass. Watch the flood of rank 5 minimum 1 golds. Resourcefulness is a thing. You're always going to get this backlash though when the solution is made by an add-on developer. This happens all the time. Let's not forget how gear score was absolutely criminalized in its early days, yet we now have item level embedded so deep into the game, it's literally the foundation for all gearing. We've seen so many scenarios over the years of add-ons turning up that do something that are less well received by a lot of the player base, because the purists tend to have the assumption that you should be able to fully play this game 100% without the use of add-ons. You can, you're just not going to be able to play it anywhere near as efficiently. And if efficiency is important to you and building your efficiency is part of the fun, then it's not your place to deny those players that ability. Add-ons are allowed in the game, and only if add-ons were not allowed in the game 100% would any of these arguments really hold much weight. People should just, be thankful that that an add-on developer is trying to do something that a multi-billion-dollar company doesn't seem to want to do themselves for some reason. Social interaction is not limited to lifetime friends. Get a grip, mate. You're usually spot on, but your take on that is in the deep end. No, but there are many ways that you can incentivize social interaction in a video game. The place to not do it is when two people are trying to pull opposite ends of the string, right? One person is trying to get something for as cheap as possible and the other person is trying to charge as much as possible. That's not the time or the place to build social interactions into the game. What there should be doing is, building more social interaction into incentivizing group content more so, building out more tools within guilds to facilitate even Discord integrations more effectively. There are many, many things that they could be doing to build social interaction. Trying to squeeze it in to an already friction-fueled business transaction is not the place to do it. Social interaction is literally two people talking. Yeah, but it's the reason why they're talking to each other and what the expectation is, what the outcome is meant to be, right? There's no reason that any of this can't be. Look at how popular and look how useful the auction house has been for basically 20 years. Imagine you took the auction house out and the only system for trade was face-to-face trade. Nothing would get done. You do realize that way back in the day when this game was first created 20 years ago, there wasn't going to be an auction house. And the player base, by themselves, built a faux auction house so that they could manage the trade. And so Blizzard implemented it before the game even went live. Way back in the beta of vanilla, right? It was figured out that actually maybe this is not the place to force everybody into a social interaction. It doesn't make sense. Stuff like this is why I handle most of my own crafting, and maybe a few friends at most. Anything is better than having to constantly spam advertise in trade chat to find customers for rank 5 crafts. I invested a lot into raid and dungeon leatherworking recipes, but couldn't get customers who offered enough gold to pay off that investment, so I just dropped it for alchemy. Tried to pivot to the rare profession gear, but it was no different. The default work order tools just aren't good enough. I didn't want to install an add-on or use an external tool to advertise on an interval whilst alt-tabbed. They also added a 4 limit to the public work orders to make it so it makes less sense to add the minimum quality. Those recipes are limited by concentration. There's also a limit to the number of rank 5s one can make. This player is kind of a good indication of your average Joe crafter, I think. Somebody that's kind of indecisive. They've tried a bit of this, they've tried a bit of that. Nothing's really worked. And the reason why I think a lot of what hasn't worked for them probably hasn't worked is because they haven't stuck it out. I think if they just continued with it a little bit more, because you can make rank 5s without concentration, you just really have to have hyper-optimized things. But this happens a lot. This happens more often than... This is the unvocal majority, if that's the right way to phrase that. This is what happens most often, but you don't realise it because these aren't usually the people that are screaming and shouting about it. This must be a paid post. You're posting and advertising to get more people on an already annoyingly spammy add-on. Did you not read did you not read the article? If that was an ad, fuck me, I wouldn't have paid for that as an ad. Jesus. Now, of course, there's the would you mind making an article about this? Please be honest in your review of it is maybe a thing, but holy, it's certainly not a paid endorsement ad, that one. I would highly state that this is probably on the back of the fact that there was a Reddit thread that popped off literally yesterday, and I know categorically that this article writer lives on the WoW Economy Reddit. Anyway, I was on Wowhead because I wanted to see what the new trading post things are, since that's where we're currently lurking right now. Reigns of the Twilight Prowler. We get ourselves a purple flying wolf for Christmas, apparently. Okay. Is a purple flying wolf Christmassy? Why don't they lean into... Oh, well, I don't know. Previously was available in a cash shop bundle. Oh, really? The fur... Reigns of the Fur... Oh, it's a recolor of this one. I was going to say, I recognise the model. $7.50 for the mount. Can I just see the actual Blizzard article? Blizzard has released a preview, yet you haven't linked the preview. Great job there. Great job. Alright, well, maybe we'll see it at least in some way this way. We have the purple Snugglefin Murloc Romper. Oh! The purple version of the Murloc suit. Okay, another recolor of the Murloc suit. Annoyingly, I still prefer the green one. The green one is still preferred. The earmuffs are quite cool, though. I'll give them that. Purple equals free. Purple doesn't exist. It's an illusion. Nothing new on the shop for Christmas other than earmuffs. Some wings on the back of a scantily clad blood elf female by the looks of things. Cheerbringer XL, a wacky hammer dude looking thing. A Christmassy shield. Oh, view original. I prefer reading the original Blizzards rather than Wowhead's take on them. Okay. Purple mount. Some wings, some earmuffs. weapon appearances. They kind of, the Horde ones, they kind of look a little bit like the original Beats by Dre. I don't know why. Oh, this is the bonus rewards. Everybody's going to have a Murloc suit now. Oh. So that's going to be what? Like get your 1,000 points, get your free Murloc suit? Okay. Burden of Unrelenting Justice transmog sets. Players who have earned the monthly special reward from the trading post 12 times will be awarded the achievement Trading Post Enthusiast, along with a new recolor shifting transmog. Hang on, hasn't this happened like 20 times already? Oh, that is literally it. Wow. Wow, that's not a lot. A reskin of a mount that we've already had. It's not even a reskin, it's a recolor. It's worse than a reskin. Another pair of wings, some earmuffs, a hammer, and a shield. I mean, they're quite cool if you have classes that can use them. I'm sure paladins will be happy with this. Okay. You know what that means, don't you? You know what that means. If there is so little turning up in the trading post, you can bet your ass there's going to be something hitting the store. I will put money on there being a Christmas bundle then of some sorts. It's gotta happen. We've already got the Black Friday sale on the go. They're gonna extend this, aren't they, surely?
Are you just glad to see me?
Gotta be.
Both,
Hey, chat, my man.
hope.
Good morning. Welcome. And up with a 42. Oh my god. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I feel I've been subbed for way too long for it to be healthy for myself. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. I guess when the Black Friday offers disappear, we might get a bit more of a sneak peek on what they actually plan to do for Christmas then. There's going to be something in the store. Get your tokens ready, boys and girls. I can smell it a mile away. Get your tokens ready. Alright, okay. Sure. Anything else that we've missed? Any more newsworthy news? By now it's a sunk cost fallacy. I think it was a sunk cost fallacy way before the 42nd month, my friend. Surely. But no, I agree. Plunderstorm dates have been updated. January 14th to the February 18th. Oh, okay. This now starts to make more sense to me. I thought that Plunderstorm was way too early. I suspected Plunderstorm was being put way too early, and it seems to be that I was not wrong. To the 18th of February, that means I suspect it's going to coincide very nicely with the launch of Season 1, just before the end of Plunderstorm. 18th of February, that's like a weird day. Oh, what the Christ on a bicycle has happened to this? Where's my calendar gone? Oh, there we go. January 18th of February. Oh no, that is a Tuesday. Yeah, well, there we go. That pretty much secures it for me. That's season 2 launch. Season 2 launch, February the 18th, calling it now. There is a very slim chance that they'll do a 1 week crossover, as it will be the final week of it. But that seems to make a lot of sense for me, that it will be 18th of, the 11th or the 18th will be the launch of Season 2. Or sorry, patch 11.1. Season 2 might launch that. Oh, well, that might be it, actually. We might get the patch on the 11th, and then the season will start on the 18th. Because there's always that week for you to go and do shit, isn't there, before the raid actually turns up. That's probably more likely what the case will be. So put it in your diary. Put it in your diary, mid-February for Season 2. Blizzard bans Mythic Plus leavers, intentional griefers suspended. How's that news? How is intentional griefers getting banned? How's that news? Blizzard have announced that they have banned players who've intentionally left Mythic Plus group times many times. Fucking good on them. Right on. If your goal is to fuck off other people, then get banned. See you later. How is this news? Slow news day on Wowheads. Today we would like to report that water is wet. Okay. Sure. Blizzard announced that they've banned players who have intentionally left Mythic Plus groups many times. One of the biggest complaints in Mythic Plus currently is that players are leaving Mythic Plus keys mid-run. Now, Blizzard has announced that they have suspended players that have intentionally left Mythic Plus groups many times. Today, we issued gameplay suspensions to players who intentionally left Mythic Plus groups a great many times in the War Within Season 1. This sort of behaviour we actioned was either without regard for the experience of their fellow players, or in some cases, even deliberately intending to harm others' experiences. This is detrimental to the community of players who strive to do their part in group content the vast majority of the time. We understand that occasionally abandoning runs will happen. Players can experience unexpected real-life emergencies, internet outages, or the group collectively decides to quit the run. Today, we suspended players who repeatedly and recklessly disrupted Mythic Plus groups. Yeah, ban the trolls. Do it. Get them gone. See you later. Peace. This is clearly going to have caused controversy, hasn't it? 371 comments. Is that a Wowhead record? Oh my god. Oh my god. Lord have mercy. I don't Mythic Plus, but instead of banning them, maybe they should just offer better incentives to stay if you fail. Well, one of the criticisms of Mythic Plus for years has been that literally one person in the group is holding all of the responsibility and is putting up all of the risk. Whoever puts their key forward is the only person that has actually committed anything to the success of that run. Everybody else is just like, along for the ride, which doesn't really facilitate best practice of others, does it really? Let's be real. Weekly 10, no levers. Yeah. Zero controversy in these comments. I'm not even going to click the button. I don't think I even want to know. If there's 371 comments in here, it's going to be spicy AF. I don't think I need that on a Thursday morning. I don't think people realise that these guys got banned for doing it on purpose. Yeah, people, if you wipe once and people peace out, then you're just a dick. Like you're like I said, you've not put anything into it, and so you don't feel that you lose anything by backing out of it. That's the problem. I don't know what the solution is, but I think that one person needs to provide the key, but there needs to be some other commitment from the other 4 people in some way, shape, or form. I don't know how Blizzard could facilitate that, but the concept of group content is that a bunch of you are coming together to work towards a unified goal, when the person that has the key is actually the only person that's really put anything towards the group, right? They're also the one that gets fucked over if the key depletes. So it's kind of like, it's kind of problematic in that regard. But What about the 60 gold if you time it? Mad money if you actually complete the key, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. This is obviously, you know, the wording of this is very clear, and the wording of this is very deliberate to try and focus on the fact that the people who get banned will be the people that are really griefing the system. But you know that this is an automated system again, right? And people know that Blizzard's automated system is terrible. This is using fear. This is using fear where fear is not needed. This will actually only go as far as to say, you know, there'll be a lot of people that'll be like, well, I'm not going to do Mythic Plus then. I'm not going to do Mythic Plus because it's I don't want to risk getting banned because I feel the need to leave a group. It's not the right approach to come out and publicly say that we're banning people to do it. It should, like I said, this shouldn't be news, because this should be a given that if you grief the game, you get banned. It's simple. Coming forward and stating this is kind of a bit of an odd one, but okay. Brand new here, nice to meet you. The crafting orders are harsh for leveling the professions. The further behind you are, the more orders you get, though. So while it's not perfect, it's something at least. But welcome in. Welcome in. Siren Isle, Plunderstorm music added. New Wrath Time Walking new rewards added. A new rug, Fell Cycle, puzzle updates. Okay, not much that I need to focus on. New Murloc Thrall plushie in the gear store. Okay. Are they doing any offers in the gear store actually? This is hashtag not sponsored, but are they doing any? Yeah, sure, whatever. European store. Go away. You got any Black Friday offers on the go here? I want the 2 pillows. I want the Horde and the Alliance pillows for my new sofa. The reason I don't buy Blizzard merch, these are the ones I want. Oh, they are on sale. Slightly. I want these. 64 euros for both pillows. Holy. 64 euros for 2 pillows. I bet that's only the pillow. Do you reckon that comes with a pillow inside it? Or do you reckon that's just the pillow cases? I reckon they're just the pillow cases as well, aren't they? Does it actually say? I don't know. Yeah, I want one of each for my new sofa. My sofa's red, though, so I feel as if my sofa's kind of advertising the Horde. But maybe I'll put them on my Christmas list. Odd size likely comes with the pillow. 40 centimeters square. Yeah, they're a bit bigger than regular pillows, aren't they? Pillows are usually 30 by 30, I think. That means they probably do come with the pillow in them then. They're like oversized pillows. Oh! IKEA standard is 50 by 50. Really? That's big. Oh, so maybe they're not as... Oh, I don't know. Maybe they are. Alright, cool. Yeah, I tend not to buy merch because I don't want flipping great big logos slapped over everything. What's the WoW specific stuff? Shop by game, WoW. Oh, they got 20th anniversary stuff on the go right now. Big old poster. That's literally my desktop wall background right now. My desktop... Oh, you can't see it because you're there. My desktop background is literally that. You'll see it at the beginning of the stream. Fuck me! $200 for that tiddly little statue. Blizzard takes the piss sometimes with their merch price. Holy. Holy. Pepe plushes are cool though. We should get a set. We should get a collection of Pepes on the go. I'm new to making golden WoW though. Market's tanked so much. I was told it's worth doing alchemy. It's not really worth doing things like alchemy anymore, as there's just too many people that craft perfect and it's competitive. Well, you want to, for starters, you want to, you need some gold to be able to make lots of gold. The way you make some gold is usually trade in some of your time by going out and getting things that other people want. So yeah, bit of herbalism, bit of mining. It's not great gold compared to recent times, but it's still something, and you need something before you can, you know, you can't afford to level up those professions particularly quick until you at least have some gold. So yeah, a bit of herbing and mining is always a great start. Get yourself a few 100,000 gold, get yourself a couple of tokens worth of gold by doing some gathering first, and then maybe look at setting up a profession or two. See how you do. It's a slow process, but make sure you only do it as much as you enjoy. I want the Murloc ugly Christmas sweater. They got a. They doing a Murloc Christmas sweater thing, are they? Murloc merch. Pufferfish tacos. Your mother was a Murloc. Oh, that's quite funny, but that's actually quite funny. Your mother was a Murloc. Nice. See, that's more the more the style of merch that I can get behind. I don't want a huge, great big logo. See, this is just bullshit to me. I don't want a huge, great big flipping logo. If it has a subtle logo on it somewhere, I can deal with it, but it annoys me that I like this shirt, but I don't like the fact it's got this huge, great big gold emblem on it. If it didn't have the gold emblem on it, that's a nice shirt. It's like, I can get the little W's on it. That's subtle. This, though, not so subtle. Makes me look like I work for Blizzard. That's not the plan. So you've ruined it, Blizzard. This, though, the Frostmourne shirt, it's quite cool. Not gonna lie, it's quite cool. See? Doesn't, you know, it's one of those if you know shirts. And if you don't know, you don't need to know. Where's this ugly Murloc one, then? Or is there not one that's just your, like, wishful thinking? So that'd be alright if it didn't have the fucking huge great big logo on the corner again. Yeah, they're obviously going to slap a huge logo on everything, which means that... I mean, buying merch off a multi-billion-dollar... What are the duck slippers? Oh, I don't think I've seen the duck slippers before. Oh, they're fantastic. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, it was a 2016 one. You can only get it on eBay now. Oh, that is cool, actually. Yeah, that's kind of cool. That is actually kind of cool, not gonna lie. Blizzard Murloc ugly Christmas sweater. Yeah, I'd dig some of that, actually. I got me a cool Christmas sweater, by the way. It's not December yet, so you're not allowed to see it, but you'll see it in good time. You'll see it in good time. I had a question now that you're live, but I can't remember it. That's what Discord is for, my friend. That's what Discord is for. Alright, okay. Let's stop browsing. Should we actually go play the game for a bit? Let's go play the game for a bit. We got our Sylvanas set. We get a new set soon. I absolutely desperately 100% need to burn concentration like pronto. I've not logged onto the game for like days at this point, so considering we had a reset yesterday, we should probably do the usual obligatory hit the buttons situation and just burn some concentration at the same time. And let's see how far we can get on a few of these characters. Start with leatherworking because it's always dumb. Undo you. Don't really need you, do we? Grafting orders. Any orders, any orders. Go on then. Go on then. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. Bagged a public order. Out of nowhere. I feel bad for doing it at Q3, but you know, the game's the game. Bagged me an order. Holy. Anything that's worth doing here? A couple of bonuses. After I have my setup on alts for concentration, say blacksmithing alloy build, is there any merit in still getting knowledge points or don't waste gold? No, you absolutely still want knowledge points. You still want to slowly but surely be working to the point where you can eventually produce them at quality 3 guaranteed. You want your 100 plus 40 base build. You want to... This is... It's interesting you've deliberately beelined onto alloys, actually, because I literally yesterday updated my guide for blacksmithing and for an alloy concentration build. Where is it? Blacksmithing. So I updated my guide for blacksmithing yesterday. Building your blacksmith concentration builds. If you're going the concentration route, you basically want to fill it so that you've got maximum points in it. You also then want to go back and continue to make sure that you've fully filled out Ever-Burning Forge. Simultaneously, you also want to make sure that you're working towards the 100 plus 40 setup as well. This will mean that you will have the absolute bare minimum crafting price you can possibly achieve with your profession outside of, you know, natural variancy in material prices. So you still do want to, yes, work towards, but of course, if you're just using that profession for concentration and you're not generating any other sort of gold from that profession, you kind of want to be careful how much gold you spend on it, because obviously the concept is you want to make gold from it, but you do still want to work towards this eventuality, because you will then basically be able to drop down your materials. You will have the absolute best amount of resourcefulness, the best buffs coming through your ever-burning ignition. You still want to continue stacking your advantages. Now, in theory, once you've done it for alloys, there are other paths you can also go down that benefit, right? So there's Alloys is just, you know, one branch of the tree. If you've finished your alloys are still probably going to be the best use of your concentration. But secondly, thirdly, fourth, you might look at frameworks. You might look at the two different razor stones, whetstones. Speccing into these supplements and gives you more options. So let's say the alloy market completely dies a death and it doesn't even work with concentration. Well, if you're also good at making frameworks, if you're also good at making the whetstones, if you're also good at making the razor stones, your concentration might be better used in those areas. So you do still want to continue to grow your professions because it gives you more options. But of course, you want to be careful how much you spend doing that. You don't particularly want to be blasting gold into it, but you do want to keep it sort of like steadily ticking over, where possible at least anyway. That's my approach to it anyway. I think those who, we discussed this a little bit at the beginning of the stream, but those that set up the absolute bare minimum so that concentration can craft them something at quality 3, I think are starting to already struggle to see it be worthwhile, because they literally have bare minimum. Bare minimum effort, bare minimum reward is usually what happens, especially as more time has passed. That approach is great at the beginning of the expansion, where your bare minimum effort into a profession is still better than people that haven't set up their professions. But we're at the point now where bare minimum doesn't get you a prize. You're going to need to do a little bit more than bare minimum to continue to be able to still see some profit with professions. Maxed out for alloys already. With rank 2 mats, I can make alloys with 150 concentration. Like I said, that's great for alloys, but blacksmithing crafts other things as well. What do you think happens if alloys completely die a death? What do you think happens if absolutely everybody is in the exact same position? We might find out later on in the expansion that so many people have done that alloys just aren't worth bothering with. We might see something new turn up later in the expansion, that, you know, some new stones to use, for example, or, you know, that they might add something new later that it's worth keeping those knowledge points. The reality is it's up to you. Like, do it if you want to, but I tend to think that it's best to continuously work your professions forward. Give yourself more options. If one market dies, you've got another option. On a lot of professions, when it comes to spending your concentration, want to kind of look at doing a recipe scan situation anyway. You want to basically turn around and go, right, okay, well, what today, right now, with the concentration that I have in my hand, what's the best use of it today? And that answer might change day by day, depending on what the market's doing. If you've put all your time and efforts into alloys and are really good at making alloys, that's great when alloys makes you gold. But what happens if alloys don't make you gold? Spending points in other locations and building your profession out further will mean that, you know, you might have more options to choose from when it comes to spending your concentration, or eventually even mass producing stuff. You don't know. Nobody has a crystal ball and nobody knows exactly what's going to happen, but so get knowledge points and don't use them. I can't give you the exact answer. It's entirely up to you. But is it not sensible to have something and not need it? As long as it hasn't cost you much to do it. Let's not forget that you can slowly chip away at crafting orders, and some crafting orders actually make you a profit. They don't cost you anything, so you should be doing them anyway. You might slowly get a bit of a backlog of orders anyway. If you're logging on and using those characters, you know, you will slowly progress. The question you have to ask yourself is, do you want to spend gold to progress faster? That's up to you. That's your choice. And especially with professions like jewel crafting, where there's a lot of options for things that you can craft. How many gems is there? Like 16, 20 different gems or something. You know, you could have put all of your points in and got really good at making a masterful emerald. You could stop there, or you could do what I've done, which is to continue to get knowledge points, continue to play with the professions, not spend too much gold, not worry about these, but it means that a drop of a hat, I can spend 88 points in jewel crafting to like fill a gap in the market when it's profitable. Or let's say they introduce a new crafted ring that everybody wants. I've got points in the bag ready to go. You know what? I can spend these here. Boom, boom. Now I'm the best I possibly can be at crafting that one thing. You can react to whatever I guess you'd call it the flavor of the month is. It's the way I do it anyway. But I should also caveat, I enjoy tinkering and I enjoy playing with all of this anyway. So I would be doing this anyway. That's why it's kind of up to you how far you go. Wow, that is a tragic amount of orders. Well, I think I need to do 2 for the weekly quest anyway. So we'll do the cheapest 2. But I won't be doing any more than that today. I don't feel. By the way, you saving Artisan Security 2 in case a new recipe drops from profession bags. I have 150k plus Artisan Security on all of my characters just in case. I'm not at a point where my Artisan Security is considered spare yet on a lot of characters. Especially the characters that have had fixed professions and have not done any shuffling. This character, for example, my main character, leatherworking, jewel crafting for life, is still has full build for jewel crafting, but still is missing tools, for example, with leatherworking. So, you know, I've got 610 Artisan Security. I'm actually at the point where I probably could quite quickly look at getting these, and then I'd be in that position to save it. But save them on the alt army only. No need to go for 100 plus 40s on them or buy books. Buying books, probably not on enchanters, but the 100 plus 40 is worth. 100 plus 40 is still worth doing. You're going to want, on your enchanters, you're going to want the fully maxed out ingenuity rod anyway for concentration crafting, so you might as well just get the other 2. If you've got 600 Artisan Security lying about, you might as well get the other 2. Boost your resourcefulness. What's the 100 plus 40? It's this concept up here. 100 is your 100 base skill in your profession, and then plus 40 from your profession tools. At green, you only get plus 18. You get the 100 plus 40 once you've got full blue up here. I kind of refer to the 100 plus 40 build as, you know, this. It's easier than saying get 100 skill in this and do this every time, you know. Right, what are we going to make with jewel crafting today? We can do rubies, onyxes, emeralds. Emeralds are looking spicy. We'll go with emeralds. Let's see if I can remember the buttons here. Something along those lines. 10 gold per concentration on the emeralds now. We take those. Yeah, go. Boom. There we go. Take those. Do we have books on this dude? Leatherworking book. Also a question for way in the future, but when a new expansion starts, it's hard to get max tools and books for 2 professions, and I don't want to shuffle on my permanent characters that have professions for life. What's the solution for that? Well, this expansion, there wasn't a solution. The solution was to actually play other characters. I leveled, for the first month or so of the War Within, I wasn't playing my main characters. I had 8 separate toons, conveniently level 70 remix characters. I had 8 characters and I gave them all 1 profession, and that allowed me to do whatever the hell I wanted to on those characters. My main characters have just had to deal with it, that you just get the artisan security that you have access to. But here's to hoping that third time lucky they get a better system in place for midnight. We'll have to wait and see. We will see. We will see. I'm not going to piss about doing... no way am I going to piss around doing treasures on this dude. Not right now. We've got concentration to burn on other characters. Let's at least do mailbox stuff. $675 artisan security. That's going to be enough to get all my leatherworking gear before too long, and then I will be in the land of just artisan security, stacking it, not knowing what to do with it. We looked at junk crafting here. I'm now up to 94 points in the bank, ready to spend them as and when I need them, but at the moment I don't really need them. There's part of me that thinks I should probably either use them to fill out something in here or just dump them into shaping. 20, 40, 60, 80, 120, 150. Yeah, it's not going to be that long, is it, before we can just come along and fill this tree as well. What's leatherworking saying? 29 points just kind of hanging about. Oh, it's because I unlocked on the mail gear, didn't I? Yeah, they're just kind of lurking right now. I'm not doing too much with them. That's fine. Right, let's get some stuff sent to the bank character. I'm out of practice doing this. You take a few days off playing a video game, and it's incredible just how quickly your brain forgets what it's doing. You're going over there. You're going over there. Wallbank. So for those characters, you just focused on one profession. Yeah, so I had 8 characters, right? Manthias, Disco Dave, Donut Balls, Penny Silvers, Bronze Mule, Bezo Bucks, Sydney Sausage, and Manthy Hunt. These were 8 characters that were given one profession each. They've since been supplemented with second concentration-focused professions. But I basically did, on these 8 characters, a pretty much full shuffle on all of them, which meant that one profession was min-maxed, like, very quickly. But I should also point out that doing that on 8 characters cost me about 25 million gold. So it wasn't cheap. It took a long time. And in hindsight, I wouldn't do it again. In hindsight, I spent way too much time doing the shuffle and not enough time taking advantage of the position I was in by shuffling. If I was to do it again, I would probably shuffle on lesser characters. But the reason I did it 8 times across 8 different characters is my content creator brain was like ticking, and I wanted to see what was available. I wanted to have one of every main crafting profession, so it was kind of my own. I was my own worst enemy in that regard. I wouldn't recommend most people do this. I mean, I wouldn't really recommend most people shuffle on any characters at all anyway, but it was just what we did. But you forget, I play this game for a living, right? Like, it's not something that most people can do. Robo Power, welcome in. How are we doing? Yeah, it's not what I would argue as a sensible gameplay loop for most people. Right, let's get this dude up and running. He's got tailoring and inscription, so probably we got some potential Vantus runes maybe in our future, maybe some bountiful ciphers, maybe. Let's go and have a look. We'll start with tailoring. Also probably need to do a bit more of a full sweep, I'd imagine, because I suspect that I might need to craft a bunch of bolts and things as well today. We'll see. We'll see what tailoring has to offer. Let's have a look. Start with crafting orders. No public ones. Can we bang out some... Whoops. Ooh, some money orders. Not making us rich by any means, but not costing us anything at the same time. We take those. Call myself a part-time goblin these days. I still love doing the PvE content, bit of Mythic Plus raiding. Goblineering, any aspect of this game is something that you should only do as much as you enjoy doing. Like, soon as the fun stops, just stop. Soon as the fun stops, stop. That's as simple as I can break it down for people. Look at all that wax. I have 2,123 wax apparently across a bunch of my characters. 100 plus on many characters actually. Nearly 300 on some of them. I should just, you know, yeah. I need to. It's the trip to hand it all in though. It means I've got to leave the main city. Ooh, gives me shivers. We need to spend some concentration on stuff. There's a chance we use some concentration on Dawnweave bolts, believe it or not. Where did I get to here? We were putting points in there, clearly. Are we capped over here? We are. So we can technically guarantee bolts at quality 3 either way. Let's do a quick recipe scan for tailoring. As I suspect that we can... Concentration usually doesn't go very far with tailoring anyway. But if we can use it on some of our bolts, it might be worth doing now. It's just a way to burn it. It's like 12k experience for each hand in. Most of my toons are level 80 now. Most of the characters I care about are already level 80. I think I've got one character that's still sat at level 78. That's one of my original main crafters. I haven't actually got much. I haven't got much leveling to do before 11.1. Dusk thread lining is at 12 gold somehow. Has there been a bit of a cheeky reset on that? It does look like it, doesn't it? Look at the recent value on that thing. 1,500 gold out of nowhere. Somebody making a move on that market, do we reckon? Or do we think it... Well, there's only 76 auctions. That's probably more than likely the case. I'm not... Well, I don't have the recipe for starters, but I'm not going to bite on that. I think we'll make a few daybreak spell threads, maybe. And then craft our bolts and be done on this toon. I think... Let's assume something along those lines. What's the optimum on this? Using top tier over here and use mid tier the rest of the way. Also throwing some mirror powder at the situation. Okay, we can live with that. Bit of mirror powder optimization. Still sub 2 gold for concentration, but you know, whatever. It's something else, eh? What's going to hold me back here? Probably gleaming shards, isn't it? Oh, we can only press the button 3 times anyway. Okay, that'll do then. Let's get our bolts made. Are we going to assume that we're mass producing these at top quality? In theory we could, but the money doesn't seem to be there right now, doing it that way. Which is an interesting twist. Do I do them at Q2 just because there's more chance of cash monies there? That's wild. I guess the demand for quality 3 Dawnweave bolts isn't that great. The only people that are buying them are buying mats for bags, I would imagine, right now. The bag market must be holding up this entire market, surely. I'm going to run short on exquisite weaver cloth bolts all the same, I think. Alright, whatever. Just do it. Go. Go, go, gadget, go. Multi-craft tool enabled. Maybe they'll add a new ore or herb in the next patch and we can cash them in for those. Oh, that's a possibility, actually. Yeah, that would be cool. Making about 8 to 10k each time I burn my concentration on the character. I'm no way min-max, so 10k times 30, happy gamer. Yeah, well, there you go. That's it. Like, the concentration is literally a print gold button. Like, it might not print you millions, but, you know, if you press the button consistently on a bunch of characters, it adds up over time. Absolutely adds up over time. I'm out of exquisite weaver cloth bolts, apparently. That's not meant to happen. The theory here is that maybe buying them off the auction house is a better play. With their current price. But this Q1 Storm Dust is probably only... I've probably only gained these materials from random other places before anyway, so we'll just smash out a few of these real fast. We might win some, we might lose some. I'm going to need a bunch for the Duskweave bolts as well in a minute, so it'll be fine. Unless we end up using quality 3s for Duskweave, I've not decided. I'm going to sell those. Sell those. Probably need about 50 of these to begin with. Get 50 and then see where we sit. One more. That'll do. Now what about these? Oh, hang on. Let's finish burning these first. Is that the optimal? Yep. Cash monies on those. Let's get these charges down to 0. Now, what's the situation on the go over here? Are we gonna look at mass producing these at Q3? Are these money at Q3? Not even remotely money at Q3. That's so funny, you know. Is that because there's a wild price? Oh, that's probably because Spool of Dusk Thread is showcasing itself to be 50% more expensive than it should be. times 8. That's an 80 gold difference. So realistically, these are basically break even doing it this way. We'll do Q2s this week. I don't care for doing the maths on that too aggressively. Go. A lot of these materials, especially bolts and stuff right now, duskweave bolts, dawnweave bolts, anything that is in somewhat of a limited supply, I'm not really in any rush to sell it, to be honest. I'm pretty convinced we're maybe not at the absolute bottom of the pit, but we're pretty close to the bottom of the pit when it comes to prices. So I'm in no rush to sell stuff now. It means I can craft stuff using bottom of the pit materials, but this sort of stuff we can sit on it, and if it takes a price spike in season 1, we can sell it out then. I'm in no rush to sell it now. What have I got? Like 350 duskweave bolts at Q2 right now. No intention of selling them right now. Strong chance that they'll be worth more in the future. And even if they're not worth more in the future, it's not a huge amount of gold to be sat on. Concentration is burnt. Patron orders are done. Bolts are crafted. Not much else I want to look at with tailoring then. Yeah, saving them for the 0.1 Season 2 patch is, you know, if you're not in desperate need for the gold, then as far as I'm concerned, it's worth the gamble. Right, let's start the process normally. Let's do some potential patron orders. Ooh, what's part of that? Augment rune and a pentagold review. Get in my belly. It's got the weekly done at the very least. That one is so ridiculously cheap. There's not really any reason not to do it. Where are we going to burn some concentration? I suspect either just making some Vansis runes or alternatively ciphers. Let's do a quick scan. Let's do a quick scan, see if anything pops up that's interesting. Let's have a little look. What's the cheapest way to get a lot of scrap? I don't know. What I do know though is if that engineer happens to also be a miner, the dynamite nodes give a shitload of scrap. Additionally, depending on how you're spec'd on that engineer as well, don't forget that when you craft parts, you occasionally make scrap if you're spec'd far enough into parts, which can, if you can craft and sell those parts at a profit, that scrap then becomes a byproduct that's then free. Vansis runes it is apparently, because I don't have any recipe that's worth paying any attention to outside of Vansis runes. Alright, sure. Twos and twos. I'm going to run out of inks. Running out of inks. I've only got enough to press the button twice anyway. Insufficient reagents. Wow, I haven't got any flipping viridescent spores either. Whoops. We're going to need to make some inks in a minute as well. Apparently we've got mats to make a bunch of inks anyway. Let's buy some spores. What are these looking like price-wise right now? These are pretty cheap as well, aren't they? Put a bunch of those in the bank. Holy shit. Loads of stuff in the mailbox. Oh yeah, we need to make a few more inks, don't we? Q2 inks. Q2 inks, Q2 pigments. Oh, Coccosaurus. This character's not spec'd into inks, is he? That's annoying. That's mighty annoying. Maybe I have to buy some inks quickly. I don't want to buy inks. Why are we not... That's why, because I've put no points in this tree. Whoops. That will do it. That will do it. Damn, this is annoying. Luckily, I can assume that at least for now, it's not going to cost me too much of a premium to buy those inks. Rank 3 Nacretious pigments, very cheap though. Yeah, rank 3 probably is actually, isn't it? Because comes from Microbloom. 9 gold a piece. Yeah, it's practically the same price, isn't it? I could have done it that way. I'd still be losing out making them myself though on this toon. Because this dude is not kitted out for making inks in any way, shape or form. Basically a concentration crafter. I should have made the inks on my other scribe who's fully set up for inks, but I am not prepared. Mirror powder situation? No, these aren't expensive enough for mirror powders, are they? Nay, expensive enough for mirror powders. Or maybe they are. Are they? Oh, slightly. Ever so slightly. Did I use a mirror powder last time? I'm not sure. If I did, it didn't proc. Hey! Now it procced. Winning. 296. That's an annoyingly low amount. Can we... I haven't got any Q3 inks. Alright, whatever. This toon's not set up for this business anyway. So you're getting sold as well. Did we do these? We did these. You get sold, you get sold, you get sold. Oh, we need to go hand in our quests actually for the week. Yeah, this scribe is like miles behind. I've prioritized tailoring on this character. Apparently.
The winds guide you. Ancestors watch over you.
A little bit more knowledge. Getting there slowly. Uh, 8 points. Some bonus resourcefulness, please. Let's go. And where are we working on inscription? Resourcefulness again. Go. Only 3 points away from having that filled now. Nice! Nice, 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 nice. This is not speedy work right now, but this is what happens when you basically don't play the game for a week. You gotta play catch up. Bank. Put some mats in there. Warband. Deposit reagents. 430 artisan security on this dude. My tailor is mostly fully built. Does my scribe have tools? Oh, my scribe's also got tools. I'm half assuming then that that can be spent on the books for inscription by the looks of things. I have not... Oh, I've even got... Oh, I've only got the single tool for each professions. Maybe we get these books off my list first. Let's grab some more knowledge points for inscription.
Do not loiter.
that one.
Time is of the essence.
And we're going to be fractionally short of book number 2. That's fine. That's fine. That gets that one filled. Hey presto. Where do we go next? Logically, putting some points in here is not a terrible idea, is there? Especially considering what I've just said about the fact I can't even produce inks, even remotely. Let's... I put like 90 points in here just to start unlocking stuff, but that was more of a concentration play. It's not really played out though. Just being more useful at making some basic materials when needed is more interesting to me right now. Let's just do that. It's fine. Right, that dude I think is done for now. He's good. We're 136 knowledge points behind with inscription as well. Holy slacker, big slacker. Alright, whatever. Next tune. You know what? I think it's time for a drink. Right, who we got? Blacksmithing and enchanting. Let's grab our quests for the week. Got something in the mailbox somehow as well. Oh, all of last week's patron orders.
You wish to speak?
You wish to
Walk
speak?
with the Earth Mother.
Do you still grab the acuity orders when maxed on blue tools? If they're profitable, I grab the orders, yeah. If they make me gold, yes. If they don't make me gold, no. But that's pretty true for any order now, right now. If it makes me gold, I do it. If it doesn't make me gold, I probably won't do it. CraftSim's profit calculation doesn't assign any value to artisan's acuity, so it's if the button's green, I press it. Is my approach. But I mean, there's a little bit more nuance to it, dependent on how progressed that character is. What a random commission. 958 gold 12. That's like somebody's just rolled their face on the keyboard for a commission. That's really odd. I don't have the recipe, but that's really odd. You almost never see anything but like a nice round number in there. So in this scenario, for example, I'm not really paying any attention to what the rewards are for the orders, other than I know that that one is not happening. These ones I'll probably do. 10 Artisan Security and an Artisans Consortium payout. You know, I'll probably do them if they're less than 100 gold. I usually do them, but that's just my take on it. Mostly been making gold on green profession tools and some jewel crafting cosmetics so far. The the green profession tools leads you nicely into work orders for the blue profession tools. Because whilst pieces of armor and weapons will be seasonal, some will be more popular some seasons than others, it's relatively safe to say that the actual profession gear will be useful throughout most of the expansion. So there'll always be new crafters leveling up and wanting them. Especially since the catch-up is technically better. The fact that it exists even in the slightest. Right, burn some concentration. It's nearly always charged alloys or iron claw alloys for me on this dude, due to having full build in alloys. I really, before I put points here and here, I really should have finished Everburning Forge. I don't know why I didn't prioritize points there first, but you know what, you win some, you lose some. I also don't have an ingenuity tool for blacksmithing. I have my default multi-craft resourcefulness one, which works, but I'm actually quite sure that a full ingenuity tool with ingenuity enchant would be better for alloys, even though multi-craft is strong, because you can get a 100% refund when you stack it. I do think ingenuity actually wins, but I haven't put any points over here to boost it, so until I've done that, then the default multi-craft tool still wins anyway. Let's assume we do Q2s, but probably with Q3s. I haven't got any Q3 Akirite. Have I got any Q3 Iron Claw? Yes. Well, we'll do it that way then. Concentrate, 150 points. Still too cheap to use any form of finishing reagent. Do I have my buff up? No! Press the button. That will help. In theory. You want me to use a forged framework? I can see why. Okay. I've only got 2 though. Where's all my forged frameworks gone? Here's a crazy ass idea. I should probably craft some, shouldn't I? I'm gonna buy some real quick. I need them for other professions as well from time to time. I don't have a crafter that's able to make these particularly well yet, annoyingly. 109 gold is a reasonable price. I would like to have paid less than that, but we'll have them anyway. That's an adjustable one. Where do you have it set up so that the orders which you don't have recipes are red and the commission is shown as well? That's an add-on called No Make. It's an add-on that's doing that. I have where's it gone? I've recently added in my Goblin guide, I've recently added a little section about other add-ons and stuff I recommend using. No Make is the one that is highlighting things and doing all the fancy UI stuff. Alloys, Q3. Concentrate. You wanted me to use, what was it? Q1 forged frameworks. Q1s add a bit of value. It doesn't look like they add any value, but it's because it's increasing the concentration value. Less profit per item, but the chance to make more items is the logic there. And, you know, maths does maths things to make it work. Right, press buttons, go. Some juicy multi-crafts, please, game. Save some resourcefulness. Nice multi-craft. Never lucky. Come on, where's the multi-crafts? There we go, there's a +3. Oh shit, hang on. That's it, that's our concentration gone. Didn't get as many today as we have had, but 9 we'll take. How we doing, Zan? Welcome in. What is that emote? What is that emote? Oh, critical role emote. Nice, welcome in. How we doing? Right, is that blacksmithing finished now? Concentration we've burnt through. Patron orders done. Weekly quest done. I think that's everything we need to do for blacksmithing right now. Right, enchanting. I've not looked at enchanting for a few days. Let's see if it's all gone horribly wrong, or whether the gold is still flowing.
Do you have a query?
What is the weekly quest? Hey, Crystal Week. We love Crystal Week. Crystal Week is really cheap.
The Titans will
Yoink.
return. Be ready.
Shimmering Dust only went up by 2 this week? Maybe a hidden hotfix, or it's hit the quote-unquote max. Ooh. That's interesting. That could be... We could now be at the point where they're like, okay, you're able to get 200 knowledge points via the catch-up system, but if you want to fill your tree like 100% full, you're in it for the grind. Maybe the catch-up only catches you up so far. Maybe they have put an upper limit on it because it's like season 1 still. That would be quite clever. I still think that there's a lot about this catch-up system we don't know, because obviously we're just kind of like, you know, we're just playing with what we can see. And even, well, you can't even see it without the use of like macros or add-ons, but hard to tell until next reset. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, that might be a sort of a hidden ceiling for the catch-up in season 1. I guess we'll find out. The question is the Authority of the Depths worth paying attention to anymore? I might do, considering this is my first enchanter, a little recipe scan situation. See what the situation looks like. Whoa, not blacksmithing, you donut. Try again. Oh, now I've broken it. Oh, don't be broken. Please don't pop up an error. Please don't pop up an error. It's going to pop up an error, isn't it? Oh, there we go. It's broken. Shit. I'm trying to not reset my UI because it will reset this number over here. I think I'm going to have to, though. It's ballsed. Whoops. In technical terms, it is fucked. Right. Round 2. Oh, that's not a great start, is it? It's died right out the bat. Okay, sure. Doesn't fill me with enthusiasm. Guild order. We can bang out a guild order. You want this at Q5? Yeah, we can do this at Q5. Why is it saying we're 5 short? Problem solved. Go. Merry Christmas. Oh, I saved the ringing deep ingot. Well, I'll take it. Oh, and an augment rune. We're not exactly getting through these characters overly quickly today, are we? Clearly out of practice. Can we get this recipe scan to work, or is it going to die on me? That is enchanting this time. No, it's Fubard, isn't it? It's gone. It's gone, whoopsies. It's gone, whoopsies. What's the chance there's an update that I haven't installed? CraftSim update. Called it. Right, third time lucky. I can give up doing a recipe scan if it doesn't work now. If it don't want to play game, it don't want to play game. What is new, by the way? New feature, quick buy. Works only with Auctionator's shopping lists. The command is /CraftSim quick buy. To be used in one-click macro to buy all items in the CraftSim CraftQ shopping list. Okay, clever. Interesting. I'm slightly skeptical of letting any add-on loose when it comes to buying materials on the auction house, but that's my own. That's because I've been burnt by that before. It still don't flipping work. Still don't flipping work. Summons not right. Still bollocksed. It's probably it's the optimized gear one that's causing it an issue, I would assume, looking at this. Alright, well, we'll just do what we know. We'll do what we know for now. Oh my god, I'm out of storm dust. Am I legit out of storm dust? That's wild. 16 gold apiece. Sheesh. I don't know how much we need. We'll just buy a bit for now. Right, try again. Oh, fuck off. We're out of shards too. Why didn't I check that before I started? Are we out of crystals too? We're out of crystals too. Okay. We're out of the works. Shards. Yoink. Let's buy some crystals. Yoink. Try again. It's just not happening for me today. We're going to assume a framework to begin with. No, you want to use concentrate, concentrate. Is that so it squeezes out one more craft? Yep. I haven't done my shatter. Well, I've bollocks that up already, haven't I? Shatter. Where's our vial? Boom. Should have done all of that to begin with. So out of practice. Now you want to use the framework, okay. Now you want to use the framework now that we've got our buffs up. Yeah, okay. Still getting 12 gold from the concentration value on these. Still getting 12 gold from 12,000 gold from a bar of concentration. 12,000 gold every 4 days. What's that, like 3,000 gold a day? Still can't argue, really. 3,000 gold a day. You don't even have that many, like, world quest up anywhere. Never lucky. One more? One more? Two more. One more. How many was that? 8. We'll take 8. 8 is about bang on average, right? Surely? Yeah, 8 feels like pretty much exactly what it should be. Right. Let's go hand in our weekly quest. Fix our work, fix our knowledge points, send stuff over.
The winds guide
Gotta
you.
love the blacksmith weapon patron orders that only provide a spark. Oh no, they're gross, aren't they? Yeah, blacksmithing really got the short end of the stick on that one. But the glass is half full approach is that your resourcefulness procs as blacksmiths are juicy. So you got to take the rough with the smooth. Yeah, your patron orders might be a bit gross, but if you can proc resourcefulness when doing other orders, you benefit significantly more than everybody else. But yeah, getting to the point where you can actually fill those orders for people, little bit more challenging. There we go. Remember to put everything in the wall bank this time so that we actually have that dust to use other places. 300 artisans acuity. I feel that that should be going somewhere useful. We are full build on enchanting for the purpose of concentration at least. Are we full build blacksmithing? We're 100 plus 40 blacksmith as well. That means that can go towards points. Or was I working towards getting a second tool for something? I don't know. Let's get this list smaller first. Let's tick all of the boxes, and then if we want bonus
Everything
things
has a
like
price.
extra special fancy second tools, then we can figure that out another day. We can at least get the first one of those.
Hold your head high.
Which means we will be even better here. Love that. Now, do I... Yeah, let's go this way. Do it. And enchanting, we're just stacking them up now, aren't we? Yeah, enchanting's just getting stacked up. Okay. That dude done. Slow and steady approach today. Blacksmiths, they screwed us with the ever-burning forge, whilst other professions got a simple resourcefulness node. But then, additionally, I'm thinking positive today, if you haven't realised. Additionally, at least you have a button. There were other professions that don't get either. There are other professions that don't get either. So, jewel crafting, for example, doesn't get either. We don't get a consumable buff. We also don't have a node. Right, let's go grab some. Let's go grab some quests. I'm the odd one that went into weapons, as I want to be self-sufficient with crafting for my alts. Oh, that's not the odd one out. Trust me. The goal for self-sufficiency is a good one, honestly. I will often recommend to people that they should be greedy first, and what I mean by that is that you should use your professions in a way that benefits you primarily, because then you've got good reason to keep up with them. Anything that you can then make additionally, you can then sell for some extra cash monies. I'm a big fan of suggesting people be greedy first. Ouch, they're not fun orders. Right, well, we'll do the bare minimum we need for the weekly quest then, which is just the 2. Maybe we do this third one? That third one... Oh, wait, hang on, where'd it go? I'm missing some mats to do that one, apparently. No, not crafting, not crafting. Picked up the wrong order, not crafting. There was one here, bismuth brain protected fella. Can you off, can you off, can you off, can you off, can you off. I'll just do it with the mats I have. I'll do it with these anyway. Q1s and Q2s are basically the same price. This is a double knowledge point, so it's worth doing. Right. Oh, I didn't have my invent buff up. Whoops. Oh well, now we do. Wait, where is it? Where'd it go? Why didn't I get the buff? Hello, game. Oh, that buff is... That ability is still busted. This for 3 months into the expansion and the invent button's still busted. Love it. Love it. Okay. Fine. Where are we going to burn some concentration then? I never know where to spend concentration on engineering. Never know where to spend it. It's the one thing that does actually quite often change every time. Bottle Brilliance, 2,458 gold. What's happened to Bottle Brilliance? Isn't that thing... Somebody's got a bit of a cheeky reset on that price. Holy. Talk about fudging the books. That's impressive, that is. That is impressive. One auction for Bottle Brilliance Quality 3. 210,000 gold. That's, sheesh. That's wild, that one. That is actually bananas. That's crazy, crazy. I want to go see what the actual auction house says about Bottle Brilliance, because that data's clearly TSM being an hour old. But somebody must have got a reset on those. There straight up is no Bottle Brilliance at Quality 3 in existence. It just doesn't exist. That's really funny. There just isn't a Quality 3 one on the auction house at all, ever. Oh, I mean, just for shits and giggles, we gotta fix that, haven't we? Just for shits and giggles, we'll fix that. Can I just produce one at Q3, like, for free anyway? Right. One of those real quick. Yoink. Incoming 10 million gold per hour bait YouTube video. Slam that on there. 250,000 gold. Yes, please. I am now the proud owner of the only Quality 3 Bottle Brilliance on the entire EU region. Right. Stupid business aside, what are we actually going to look at spending concentration on? Arguably nothing. Okay. Arguably nothing. I also have no scrap, which doesn't really help the situation much at all. I need Q2s of everything. You want me to use a Q3 Chaos circuit? Well, I haven't got one. Right. Alchemy. Flipping out engineering. It's, I don't know what it is about engineering. It just annoys me. I can't quite clarify why it is, but it just annoys me. Always wondered if these bogus auctions for 1 million gold influence the average that TSM displays. It doesn't. Outlying data like that is excluded. Those prices, Kahani's actually just linked to the document. But the algorithm that TSM uses to put those prices together is designed to ignore those dumb auctions. This is why DB Recent is my favourite price source, because it's probably the closest representation of like market value now that we can make. It ignores those bait auctions on things like materials. It's quite clever how it works. Sure. The Master G build finally complete. Crafting orders. We are missing something. What are we missing? Missing something. Assume they use 95% to cut out the outliers. No, it's significantly more sophisticated than that. I'd have a read through it. It's interesting to know how it actually works. It's a multi-step. They take the data and then there's a multi-step process that they run on it to be able to come up with the numbers. It's quite clever. Look at my session profit, by the way. I've just spotted that. 201,000 gold session profit. Nothing like fudging the books. That's hysterical. Right. I've never really figured out where to spend my concentration on a thaumaturgy build. Like, there's some logic to say that taking Q1 materials and using concentration to make Q3 whatever it spits out is valuable of a use, but it uses so much goddamn concentration. I somewhat fail to believe that is the right play. Using Q2 takes the concentration down to only 290, meaning I get 3 button presses. Take 60 Q2 mats and turn it into 30 Q3 mats. That's got to be a win, hasn't it, in most cases? The question is what do you smush? What do you smush? The... whatever produces lure drop, probably. Yeah, pretty much whatever produces the most valuable thing, which is the volatile family. Volatile family is the most lucrative right now. Who's in the volatile family? Where's my goblin guide? Where's my goblin alchemy guide? Thaumaturgy. Volatile family. Mycobloom, Weavercloth, Bismuth, or Stormdust. Q2 Mycobloom then. Q2 Mycobloom. Q2 Mycobloom. Smush that with some concentration. Let's make some money. Can we reset this? Clear data. Because it's clearly broken. Is there any tangible buffs or bonuses or fancy shit we should be doing here to optimize this? Oh, that's interesting. This is where thaumaturgy alchemists could actually benefit from an ingenuity tool as well, couldn't they? Huh, they could. If you were to slam, because your resourcefulness here doesn't really matter. The 20 materials you put into it don't mean shit. Yeah, if you could get that 6% ingenuity up a boatload. Does alchemy... Oh, alchemy only ever gives you a 50% proc anyway. Oh, it's just all stinky, isn't it? It's stinky from every aspect. Maybe just... yeah. Alright, well, press the button, let's see what happens. Lure drop. Big dick lure drop. No? Yes? No? What do we get? Did I get an amber? Oh, fuck you, I got an amber. Wait, that doesn't seem right. I spent 290... Did it give me an amber? Oh my god, it screws you. If you get an amber, you get nothing else. Wow, what a bag of dicks. Can we not give me an amber, please? Weaver cloth. Okay, we got 8 weaver cloth. Didn't even did I not press concentrate the first time? No, I definitely did. That's in... Why did it not give me... Okay, many confused. Try again. Okay. 5 weaver cloth, 4 bismuth that time. I can safely say that using concentration to produce Q3 materials doesn't feel like a great way to use concentration. I still think that even thaumaturgy alchemists would be better off making a flask. I still think you'd be better off just making flasks with every other alchemist on the face of the planet. Because, okay, easier said than done, because apparently I can't even make them at Q2 to make them at Q3, but, yeah. Interesting. I need to figure out a better use of concentration there. Do I have any first-time crafts still? Oh, I do. Volatile weaving. First-time craft bonus. Yoink. That one daily cooldown ended up making us more. Alright, I still haven't quite figured that out. Thaumaturgy is a bit of a beast. An interesting beast. A beast that I've not fully tamed. 800 artisan security lying around though. There's a strong argument that that should go into engineering, but I don't want to. I might use it to make that second ingenuity tool. Why do I keep saying inspiration? What decade am I living in? Okay.
You wish to speak? Winds be at your back. May the eternal sun shine upon you.
Very soon I'll be needing to craft 4 days a week. Well, you have set yourself a bit of a monumental task with all of those alts, my friend. Like, even 4 days a week sounds like part-time based on how many flipping characters you got up and running now. Wild. Wild numbers. Right, huge amount of materials. Let's dump all of these in the war bank. We don't need half of this rubbish on me. Okie dokie. I think we can leave that character there for now. I ain't doing treasures. No shot am I doing treasures. Did I not do my knowledge for... There we go. There's my knowledge point there. Did we spend knowledge points? Why was I putting points in parts? Probably because of why not. That makes sense. Alchemy, we've got 11 points knocking about. Thaumaturgy is full. Ooh. That's interesting. With thaumaturgy being full, do we just slam some points in flasks? Or do we just stock them up, see what happens? Stock them up, see what happens. Excited to see it in action for Season 2. What's your take on sitting on a lot of the crafted items right now? I'm starting to feel that we are like scraping the bottom of the barrel in terms of prices. But it makes me think that any items crafted with concentration right now are about as cheap as they are ever going to possibly be. Season 2's uptick in demand, plus goblins doing goblin things, is very likely to rise the price of these enchants by a good 20-30%, I reckon. I'm almost tempted to just throw everything in the war bank and not sell anything until season 2 now, and just see what happens. But I haven't really decided. I haven't decided if we have hit the bottom yet. I think we're close. We're not fully there, but I think we currently. I think we have cheaper prices today than what we'll see for season 2 now. I do still think it's got room to fall, because Christmas is going to bring Christmas. Well, what we do know categorically is there's going to be a bit of a panic at the end of December, which will tank prices as far as they will go. There'll be a bit of a panic because there'll be those people that are trying to get the long boy that will see the finish line, like, and they will see it going away again, and there'll be a bit of panic, I reckon. So I don't think we've fully hit the bottom, but I do think we're close. Mats will absolutely go up for season 2. There's no shot they stay down. Which ones and how much is kind of be hard to predict. Yeah, 11.1 PTR will be the day that things start to go up, I reckon. If Dragonflight taught us anything, it's that most of the rise in price of materials happens before the patch lands. From the period where the PTR comes out to the date in which the patch lands, the prices steadily rise, and then they dip at the beginning because everybody panic sells, and then once supplies get, you know, hoovered up from the actual season launch, we'll see where the actual price ends up. But I'm thinking that soon as we get that 11.1 PTR, it'll probably be buying time. But it means I'm in no rush to sell anything that I'm crafting right now. No rush whatsoever. I would happily do for some better crafting orders though. Holy, they're stinky. Big dick stinky. I need to be quick because I'm burning a vial here as well. Are we only spec'd into emeralds so far? Yeah. We're big slack on this dude. Is this a mirror powder situation? It probably is, yeah. What are we missing? I've got no crushed gemstones. Whoops. Don't move, don't move, don't move. Oh, you moved. Gemstones. Just some. Big Dick Stinky just tuned in. Good afternoon to you too. Welcome in, Woo. Yeah, what a time to open the stream. Gotta do. Bang it out. Still making 11 gold concentration per gem. Got 9 out of that little blast. We'll take 9 every day.
Initiated. Resuming work cycle.
another augment rune. Yes, please. Question is when to switch to just selling to recuperate crafting costs and stockpile the profitable ones. My pockets are not deep enough to eat the crafting costs right now. I'll probably end up with thousands of enchants to sell. Yeah, this is one of those things where you kind of like, if you're still sort of rotating that first, let's say, million gold, you know, you're buying mats, you're then selling stuff, and you're taking the revenue from selling all of that to buy your next bunch of mats. If you're still in that cycle, yeah, you kind of don't necessarily have too much of a choice but to sell stuff right now. This is where sitting like Scrooge McDuck on a big pile of gold can be more helpful, because I can continue to still craft things, burn my concentration, but I can afford to just put everything in the bank and not sell it yet, because I still have the gold to go out and buy more mats when needed to keep the, to keep the factory running. It depends on how many alts you're running really, and what you're doing with them, but. 15 mil, but every day I'm crafting about 200 enchants. 500 to 700k a day. Well, if you quite literally have that many alts running things right now, you probably are making so much gold that you don't need to worry about it. Like, honestly, just keep continuing to take your profit when the profit is there, because you clearly have a system set up that allows you to make lots of gold anyway. The choosing to not sell now in the hope that in season 2 prices go up and you sell then instead, that's like real greedy goblin level stuff. That's like not being happy with today's profits and trying to, add a little bit of extra risk for the opportunity to make a little bit more. It's the gambling side of like trying to predict what markets will do. If it's not for you, just take today's profits and run, sort of thing. Don't stress. Is this a framework situation? Framework situation. 2s across the board. You want to use a random Q3. Is that to squeeze out a 5th enchant? Yep. Or 5th potential enchant at least. Never lucky. Never lucky. Oh, never lucky. Never lucky. 47% ingenuity. Lost the coin flip 4 times in a row. Okay, well we got 1. Oh my god, we only got 1 ingenuity proc off 5 crafts there. Ouch. Alright, well, you win some, you lose some. We did alright on our gems, to be fair. We got a couple of multi-craft procs on our gems, so.
What brings you here?
I mean, another thing that's kind of leading me to just like craft a bunch of stuff with my concentration and just put it all in the bank now is because even if it doesn't work, right? Let's look at it this way. Let's assume that my assumption that prices go up in season 2 is a thing. Historical data kind of shows us that is roughly what happens. Even if that doesn't work though, the items that I'm crafting right now are still significantly profitable enough that it could actually go the entire opposite direction. Prices could drop even further, but I would still be able to sell them at a loss based on today's prices, but still come out ahead. That's the advantage of having spicy profits. You don't have huge amounts of stock, but as long as what you are crafting is heavily profitable, you're kind of safe. Or safer. You only need to like hyper focus on maximum turnover when profit margins are like razor thin. It does kind of leave me to think that it's a bit of a... It's a gamble, but it's not really a gamble because you almost can't lose. Like, either you sell them today and take the profit that's available today, or you bank everything, sell it when season 2 comes out, and if the price is higher than it is today, you not only win, but you win more. But even if the price drops compared to what the price is today, you haven't really lost because it's probably still going to be above what your crafting cost was because concentration, did half the job anyway. Why have I got volatile transmutagens on a non-alchemy character? I don't need any of these either. Just realised those are there. I've also got scrap. I just realised all of this is from the days of shuffling. Whoops. Let's quickly check if we're... Let's put some more points in here. Huh. I actually spammed points into weapons on this one. Not sure why I did that. Why? Okay, not sure why I did that. I won't argue against it though, that's fine. Right, next tune. It's a gamble, but you almost can't lose. Sounds like a line from my best friend's financial advice. Yeah, this is not sound financial advice. This is, please take this with a grain of salt. But, this is a good, learning lesson of what flexibility you have if you can get like a bigger profit margin. It's why things like alchemy are like gross most of the time, because alchemy literally forever has been like single digit profits, and that means the market only needs to dip by a tiny amount and all of a sudden you're losing gold instead of making any, and you're just trying to then frantically sell to recuperate as much of your investment as you can. It's kind of weird. But concentration allows you to make these plays in a little bit more of a safe way. Because your profit margin on every item that you do craft is so large, and because concentration just slowly ticks. I hate to use the word for free, but it kind of is at the end of the day in regards to actual true crafting cost. It's not, I farmed it so it's free, but you weren't even logged in and you get it. Like, it would be different if you had to be logged in for concentration to regenerate and tick through. That would be an interesting twist. Holy, can you imagine if you actually had to be logged in for concentration to regenerate? That would be a scary situation, but... Right, actually, I've also been sat here for like 3 hours and I've not moved. So I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break and then we'll get this character up and running. We've got a bit of jewel crafting, a bit of blacksmithing. This is my dude that's actually good at making alloys, so we might see what we can do here as well. People were talking about blacksmithing earlier. Entertain yourselves for a couple of minutes, boys and girls. I'll be back in 2. Okie dokie. Okie dokie 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 dokie. Goldmaking's dead, guys. Might as well AFK until the next major patch where it's alive for 2 days and then going back to dead. I did very, very strongly contemplate whether to just turn off WoW for like 4 to 6 weeks. No joke. I was very close. After all of the alpha planning and the beta testing and the first couple of months of launch, I was very tempted to. Very tempted. Because I am in I and many other people are kind of in a rotation right now of where we're just kind of, you know, we're doing the same things mostly. Kind of mostly doing the same things. How do we do blacksmithing? Let's start with, can we get a forge buff? Do I have any? No, let's get one of those. Real twist would be concentration account wide. Oh, yeah. Mr. GM tweeted the other day saying, what's something that you think should be in WoW that isn't? And I said account wide concentration. And there was lots of like screams no from the hills. But it would be an interesting twist. It would I don't actually think it would have a huge impact. Or it would have a big negative, and I don't think it would really bring enough of a positive. Because as it stands at the moment, you can actually eventually craft everything at quality 5 guaranteed. All it does is take the ease of access away from those people who benefit from it and just put the entire ball back in the court of the top tier 1% sweaty margin crafters. So I don't actually think, honestly, with how you couldn't just make the switch. You couldn't just say, oh yeah, now concentrations account wide. You'd have to also then rebalance a lot of the crafts so that top tier stuff would actually need concentration to craft it, because that would inherently force a lot of value into the top tier stuff. But it's, with the way they've balanced it so far, it wouldn't really work. I was kind of memeing when I said it, but if they developed the system from the ground up to, with the mindset that concentration would be warband wide per profession, then you could rebalance the rest of it so it didn't feel so gross. But if they just flicked a switch and said all of a sudden concentrations account wide, it just deletes, like, you might as well just delete it by that point. You might as well just take it out if you do that. So there's a little bit more nuance to my answer there, really. Right, public orders, nothing. Work orders, craft queue, press buttons. Ooh, some money orders. I might just bang out all of those, you know. We might bang out all of them. Just a bunch of core alloys needed to fill the rest of those. Take it. It's asking me to buy Q1s because they're cheaper than the Q2s. Fractionally. Can we do all of them now? We can. Go. Press buttons! Rarely do you get this many blacksmithing orders that are not gross. So I'm taking every advantage to do them this time. As far as I can tell, the concentration system makes the general player base really happy, so I doubt Blizzard will change it. I'm just waiting until more people realise it's even a thing. Most people are historically very, very slow to react to like anything new in the game. And I think even 3 months in, people who play with the professions a lot are slowly but surely figuring out what concentration is useful for. The first couple of weeks where it was like concentration builds, that side of things I think has moved on a little bit more now. That was more about saying just, hey, look, you know, don't forget to press this button, and if you do this, this, and this, you can press this button from today onwards. But I think slowly people are figuring out that they should keep their concentration below 1,000, and that there are ways to pretty easily convert it into gold. Most of the player base, though, just looks at the crafting professions and goes, oh, it's the same as Dragonflight, no thanks. And so they haven't even realised they've got like a super easy print money button. As soon as more people realise it, it'll be better for everybody. Because there's a lot of queuing about how there is literally no way to make gold in the game. If you like, you take 5 minutes looking at the forums from those that maybe aren't your average, you know, YouTube watcher, stream watcher type goblin. Most people are like, where's all the gold gone? Why am I getting 50 gold for timing a Mythic Plus dungeon? Well, you only get 50 gold for timing a Mythic Plus dungeon because you're meant to have 2 professions, and I guarantee those same players have got no professions leveled, and even if they do, I can guarantee their concentration is sat at 1,000. Like, they have a print money button, most people just haven't found it yet. And it will take a few patches for people to figure out it's there. And just in time for most people to figure out they have a print money button, we'll go into midnight and they'll do something new. So it's all the natural rotation of stuff. I'm out of core alloys again. I'm going to need to make some more of those. Core alloys, Q2. Sure. I've only got 4 minutes on this buff because I'm spending too much time nattering. And not enough time pressing buttons. It will no longer be a print money button. The artisan's bag value, 90 gold without a nullstone in it, 100 gold if it does have a nullstone in it. That's good to know. I don't know if not TSM, sorry. I'm not sure if CraftScan actually assigns a value to those things when it does its profit calculations. I don't know. I mostly just open them and throw all the mats in the war bank. And then any Q1 and Q2 mats I need for filling other patron orders for other professions, I seem to basically never have to buy materials. So I'm not sure how that works. I almost feel like it's almost starting to feel like a net positive on a lot of the materials if you do enough work orders. I can't put maths to that to prove it, but it's starting to feel that way, just basically because I'm never buying materials, yet I'm always able to fill work orders, and all I do is open those bags and throw everything into the war bank. So it's kind of I almost think that you get enough materials out of those bags if you do enough of them to cover the materials needed in quite a few of the basic patron orders at the very least. I'm almost assuming that leveling my profession slowly but surely is basically free. But, like I said, I can't really put maths to it because I haven't tracked it, but... $7 gold, 31 concentration from Ironclaw alloys? Yes, please. It's good to know to determine if a work order is a loss or just a big loss. Closing in on 1,000 opened and logged artisan bags. Yeah, it's good info to have. Speaking of bags, the 600 artisan security material bags will be fun in season 2. Yeah, I have a reasonable amount of artisan security, but I don't have as much as I kind of expected to have had. But then again, I am actually leveling most of my professions to like full build, so I'm spending most of mine. But yeah, if there's ever an opportunity to just like burn 600 of it on every character, that could be quite funny. It could be quite amusing. New recipes in, like if they change the loot tables on them, if there's new materials, new Q3 mats, if there's new Q3 raid recipes, the raid recipes could be a good one if they update the loot tables. That could be hella spicy. There's part of me that didn't like the fact that you could get the raid recipes from those, though. It kind of killed that market for me in a way. Because it just put it into the category of just like pure gamba. But then seeing the recipes pop up on the auction house before the raid had even come out was kind of like really weird to me. I think they should go into the bags at the end of the season that they were introduced in, not at the beginning, if that makes sense. So like all of season 1's raid recipes should go into the bags now, so that if you open the bags in season 2, you can get them. I don't think they should be in the bags before the raid is out. Is my personal take on it, but because it's kind of meant to be a dump for like spare materials, it shouldn't really be. I don't know. Damn, not a single proc on those. Today was not our day. I didn't do orders or anything on jewel crafting either, did I? I'm doing things completely backwards. I'm clearly either hungry or not paying attention or both. Considering most of the artisan security I get now is either completely free or a byproduct of progressing in professions, it just makes it a nice bonus. Yeah, I'm quite sure those bags will be good money by the end. Like if you were to add up however many of those bags you open over the course of the expansion, it will definitely amount to quite some monies. I can say that for sure. Ginny, how are we doing? Welcome in. Good morning. Good morning. Still playing Factorio, I see. Do we have a value for the bags? I don't think anybody's tracked what comes out of them in enough detail. But it's something, if somebody's putting that info in a spreadsheet somewhere, it'd be useful to know. 6th restart. Had to give up my first base because my UPS dropped too low. 6th restart. You're absolutely blasting that game. Fair play. I enjoy the first like 10-15 hours of Factorio though. In a way, I almost enjoy it more than the end game, where you're just like hyper optimizing things. This is why I've made a basic vanilla base like 20 times and not really played many of the mod packs. I think I've done one C block run to completion played Seabot like 2 or 3 times, but only once, like to the point of finishing it. I did a Bob and Angels run many years ago. Never played space exploration.
The winds guide
Sorry for
you.
everybody that doesn't play Factorio or
Winds
hasn't
be at
played
your
it.
back.
You have to put up with me talking about it, gushing over it occasionally. There's no way I can have 800 artisan security on this dude and not have something to spend it on though. Especially when I've got like 3 books for jewel crafting that I don't know. But that also, it's not exactly like I need an extra 30 knowledge points for jewel crafting. Did some space exploration, not done any Bobs or Angels though. When Space Age DLC was announced, I killed my SpaceX run though. Well, yeah, I mean, it's the space exploration dev that now works, and worked on the Space Age DLC, so I think in a way, he cashed in, he got himself a job at the cost of space exploration, which I think most of the community is probably happy with. Or doesn't mind. So I don't need tools particularly. My blacksmith needs an upgrade to his tools. The fact that they're all at Q4 annoys me. Greatly annoys me. But I remember upgrading these tools. Getting a recraft on tools from 4 to 5 is dumb level expensive. For what it actually is. Recrafting is way more expensive than it should be in my opinion. Which is why I haven't done this yet. It's not so much the it's not so much the gold cost, it's just the hassle and the annoyance. I should have just done a good job the first time, but I think these were all crafted like week 1 of the expansion. So there wasn't really anybody out there able to make them at Q5 at that point anyway. Or if there was, I didn't do a good job of hunting them down. I might throw them into guild order. Can you do... Yeah, guild recraft orders are a thing as well, aren't they? I don't know. Why have I got 50 points just lying around in blacksmithing as well? It's kind of because I should just start filling these out. I need 60 points to fill these out. 80... 100 points fills this entire tree out. That should probably be my next path, you know. I don't know. Right, let's get some stuff sent over. Let's fix the bags. I'm incredibly slow with this whole process today. I, for some reason, can't really focus on what I'm doing. I was having a chat yesterday on Discord of how whenever I'm playing games and streaming, I'm literally 50% as efficient. I'm not doing anything at any reasonable speed. Wait, hang on. What have we got here? Jewel crafting books. How have I had jewel crafting books in my bank for all this time? I will have these, please. Yoink. What were they doing in there? Why have I got a random ass alchemy one? I'm not even an alchemist. Delete. I could have had a bonus jewel crafting knowledge point 4 weeks in a row that I've clearly missed. Question here about artisan security is, should we keep them for season 2 or craft blue tools and accessories and then keep the rest for season 2? Oh, I mean, I would absolutely 100% recommend getting your professions progressed as much as you can get them now. Yeah, I wouldn't be saving it for like, no, there's no reason to save it in that regard, no. The only, you want to sit on it, save it, but only if you've got no other use for it. That's kind of what we're talking about here. If you have a use for it, spend it. And that even goes as far as like getting recipes and stuff. Like if you still need 150 artisan security here, there and everywhere to buy recipes, spend it on getting recipes. We're more kind of talking about the fact that if you've been playing since day one, you might have all your knowledge books. You might have all of your profession tools. You might even have multiple profession tools for different jobs. You might have bought all of your recipes. Some players are getting to the point now, especially those that shuffled early, are getting to the point where they actually don't have any other use for it. And so we're sort of contemplating about the bags, 600 per bag in that regards. That's where you all, that's the sink for it at the end of the journey. But yeah, complete your journey first. If you can put it to good use, put it to good use. Oh God, why is the tax office emailing me? Oh God, I don't want to open that. I hate paying tax. Well, I don't hate paying taxes. I hate having to sit and look at an account that has a bunch of money in that's not mine. That's what's more painful. In the UK, they used to have a slogan saying tax doesn't have to be taxing. Sure. The only time in when tax is not taxing is when you make so much money you don't really care about taxes, and you pay somebody money to just simply make sure you don't pay out more than you should do. That's the only time when tax is not taxing. When you don't feel as if you get to keep enough of your money in the first place, tax is very taxing. Let's do enchanting first. And that, well, rich people not having to pay taxes is rich on another level rich. Your average, let's say you work for a company that's, you know, not a mama and papa back alley, you know, it's not some, you don't own a dry cleaners or a sweet shop. Let's say you work for a real company that sells real things and makes real money. If you have a C-level position, you probably make a lot of money, but you probably then give 50% of it away. That's a level of wealthy but not rich. That's, in my opinion, that's like the worst position to be in. When you're wealthy but not rich. You're wealthy enough that most of your money is what you would refer to as income, in terms of the fact that you've actually had to work to make it. When you're rich, that's when you just live off the back end of dividends and investments and stock options and stuff. That's a level of rich where you don't care about stuff anymore. Those people don't pay anywhere near enough taxes. But your average like C-level, CFO, CEOs, well, maybe not CEOs because they're often, you know, have stakes in the companies they work for, but like high positions in industries where, let's say you earn, let's say you're in the six-figure club. Those people are getting bent over with the amount of taxes they have to pay. Is my take on it anyway. But we'll keep politics to a minimum. Is this a Hassan stream? No. Talking economy is not talking politics. There is a distinction. A distinction that I'm very clear to make a distinction. On characters which I have this enchant, I probably should just use this enchant. I don't think there's going to be much else that is advantageous. It's got to go on one of those. We looking at using one of these bad boys for ingenuity. Is that 46, 47%? The fact that these are not maxed annoys me. But what you're going to do, press the button. Two for two. Never lucky. If you're rich, don't forget to say money can't buy happiness. Yeah, that's a big illusion, isn't it? It's usually because at that point your definition of happiness differs. Money can't buy you fulfillment, but it can definitely buy you happiness. It can't give you meaning, it can't give you fulfillment, but it puts food on your table and a roof above your head. For some people, they're content with that. I'm content with 11 enchants. That'll do me. I'm content with 11 enchants. Oh, I'd be more content if I had better work orders for jewel crafting. Stinky. What are we missing here? Stone. I'd do that one if it wasn't for the fact I was missing stone. I can't be bothered to go get any, so we'll just do this order instead. Can the rest of those. What are we going to do? Emeralds. Emeralds, it looks like we can probably guarantee these. 5 gold a piece. We can do better than 5 gold a piece. If we slap a mirror powder on there. We're looking at mirror powders. Yeah, 10 gold per. We'll take 10 gold per. Not a single proc. Oh no, sorry, we got one multi-craft proc. One multi-craft proc. Okay, we've had better runs. This is a formal reminder that your tax payment is overdue. Failure to pay your taxes on time is not only a breach of your legal obligations, but also a disservice to the community.
I've been expecting you.
I've always wondered if it's like how high of a thing is it that they don't teach you about tax in school? Like, if I was to design an education system for the ground up, one of the things that I would put kind of high on that list of shit to teach people is the thing that is going to be at the back of your mind for literally every single year of your existence on this planet. But no, we'll teach kids what the capital of France is instead. Like, it's like, sure. I wonder who is it? How high up the tree do you have to go to make the decisions that, you know what, we're not going to teach people about taxes, because the more we teach people about taxes, the smarter people will be and the less of them they'll pay. That's a real cynical approach, but I'm pretty sure there's a reason why they don't teach kids about taxes. Or maybe it's more of a case of like, hey little Jimmy, there's this thing you're going to have to do. You know, half the money you ever make, you're going to have to give to some random person. Maybe little Jimmy is not ready for that shit. Maybe kids are not ready. Do we have any books on this dude? Enchanting book. Don't have a jewel crafting book. Oh well. Jewel crafting concentration is actually valuable. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I make just as much, if not more, with my jewel crafting than I do with enchanting nowadays. The significant difference is, though, is you can whip up an enchanter in about 10 minutes. To get to the same point with jewel crafting takes much longer. But by the time you've spent that time, you know, doesn't matter anymore. Oh, flipping hell, not the birdie. Not me pigeon. This button. That'll do. If they actually teach you how to do it properly, how would they charge you interest? See, this is it. That's the level of cynical thinking that like makes me think that there's a good reason to why they don't teach it in schools. School should teach you tax avoidance. Avoidance and evasion are, yes, also very different. Oh, flipping out. Look at my bag. Still absolutely crammed full of Halloween rubbish. Rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. Tax avoidance is easy. It's the law enforcement avoidance that's a bit trickier. Yeah, slightly difficult. Slightly difficult, especially when they know where you live. Does become a challenge. Not recommended. Right, let's go do alchemy first, because this dude is actually my flask crafter, so he's pretty geared for flask crafting, and should be able to bang out a few flasks at a profit here, if everything has gone to plan. Oh, and some orders that we can fill as well. Lovely stuff. That's the weekly quest. That's a bit of cash monies from these. A few knowledge points. A bit of artisan security. All good, all good. That's a double knowledge point. We'll do that for 85 gold. Don't mind if I do. There's part of me weirdly that until... how far do I want to push? Nah, we'll leave those. Let's make some chaos flasks if we can. We're running low on lure drop. That's going to be a problem. I'm going to assume it's something like that with a bit of concentrate on it as well. We're going to need some more lure drop though. Q2 lure drop. Q2 lure drop. Let's just grab that much for now. I don't know, whatever. The rest of it goes in the war bank for next time. I can technically craft these that quality 3 guaranteed these days. If I use top tier everything, we can now do these, but as you can see, without a stacked spillover buff and doing some magic, you're still struggling to turn a profit. So we'll do a bit of concentration on these for today. You want to use the concentrate. That's going to squeeze out. That puts it below 150, so that squeezes out that probably one extra craft, doesn't it, out of the full bar. 8 gold, 28. 8 gold, 28. Not as high as some others, but still worth pressing the button for sure. There's one bonus flask. It'd be nice if we could get a couple of multi-crafts. Oh, a +6. We like those. Well, 2 +4. While I am sort of set up, I'm not ideally, because I might want to consider swapping around some settings on my tool or making another one for when we're doing concentration here. I still think that, well, I need these at Q5 anyway, but I still think there's some room to improve. Saw your video about the catch-up. First of all, thanks for that. But any idea what professions are fine with picking up now? Or are there any you'd highly avoid if you just picked one up? Last time I played was Shadowlands. My advice to anybody that's coming in new and fresh right now is pick professions that are beneficial to your characters that you're playing. I always assume that most people are not playing the gold making game as their main thing. I always assume that people have a greater interest in raiding or Mythic Plus or PvP or some other endgame activity. So pick professions that are going to benefit your characters first, and then whatever else you can do with those professions, sell it, and then that's where you make your gold. Especially until you've at least got like one of every profession up and running. Once you've hit that threshold, if you've kind of got one of everything, then you can start cherry picking the ones that like are flavor of the month or best or whatever. That's my basic advice, at least, anyway. The way that concentration works nowadays is that most professions can make you some gold, but it's mostly enchanting, alchemy, and jewel crafting that are the big ones for concentration usage right now. But all of the others still can. There's only 2 that are like really tough to make gold with, and that's leatherworking and tailoring. Not impossible, but it's more challenging. You're making 8 gold per flask only? No, 8 gold per point of concentration. We made 19 flasks in total. But of the, you know, we were getting, when I talk about gold per, I'm talking about gold per point of concentration, not per item. At least in this instance, anyway. Ooh. 3 orders will do there and all. Three orders. Rubies maybe on this dude. Rubies are looking spicy. Bit of concentration, bit of mirror powder. We break the 10 gold mark, we can. This is the difference, right? When you first set up jewel crafting, you're not probably going to have a full 100 skill here. You're probably only going to have green tools, not blue tools. And you probably won't have many points spent in the spectries. So when you first start out with a profession like jewel crafting, you might actually only be able to extract like 2, 3, maybe 4 gold per point of concentration. But if you stick with it, like my concentration numbers for professions like jewel crafting are going up, whereas enchanting's numbers are declining because so many people are doing enchanting. My numbers with some of the other professions are actually increasing, just because they're the professions that take you a little bit more time to actually stick with, to build up. And it also means that with this 100 plus 40 build, and a bunch of points spent in the spec trees. If I want to mass produce something at quality 3, I've also got that option as well. I could throw top tier mats in here, for example, and mass produce these, and you can actually see that it's like basically break even on price right now to even do that. But I make substantially more profit with my concentration right now, so we do it that way anyway. This is where consistency and slowly building your professions up actually works in your favor. So whilst profit margins and prices of everything are tanking around you left, right and center, if you've stuck with your professions and you're continuously using concentration, your numbers are actually going up, not down, which is a nice luxury to be in. While I'm not doing anything particularly fast on this character at the moment, because I'm just, you know, I'm chilling, I'm streaming, whatever, but like, we still made like 15,000 gold just off those 2 professions right now. Craft a few flasks, cut a few gems. Admittedly, this is potential profit. We've still got to go out and sell the flasks. We've still got to sell the gems, of course, but... is your jewel crafter using an ingenuity tool? Right now, no. Multicraft it's spec'd for multicraft resourcefulness. It's actually spec'd towards mass producing stuff. Your ingenuity can't get better than a 50% refund with jewel crafting, so I tend to not really recommend stacking ingenuity on jewel crafting, even for concentration usage. There's an argument to swap out the resourcefulness enchant for an ingenuity one, but that's a minor optimization. I still use multicraft instead, because if you just straight up get free gems, you're not going to beat just free gems. You'd have to get 2 ingenuity procs just to press the button again. So jewel crafting isn't one that ingenuity works very well with. It's completely different to something like enchanting, though, where you stack ingenuity like your life depends on it, because it gives you 100% refund, and you can push the number to like 47% proc chance, which is crazy. I kind of like how the professions work slightly differently with that as well. Sometimes it's nice that there's not like one rule that just works all the time. Alchemy, jewel crafting, enchanting, which is easier to catch up in my opinion. Oh, it's not even an opinion, it's a fact. Enchanting, because you can do it in like 20 minutes. All you do with enchanting is you just disenchant a bunch of shit. Make sure you've collected your treasures first for the week, and then you can get the catch-up points real quick and easy. Everybody else relies on patron orders for catch-up, so... Closer to an hour now. Well, yeah, it probably only takes you longer because you can get way more catch-up points now, yeah. But in theory, at least, you can do it in one sitting without worrying about it. You can do it in one go. Do I have a jewel crafting book? I've got an alchemy book. I don't have a jewel crafting book. I've never bothered with jewel crafting books. Okay. This is a character where having 850 artisan security is kind of a weird position to be in. This is where I really do need to start getting a couple of second sets of tools. Maybe. This is where I could make an entirely second tool for the purpose of ingenuity if I really wanted to, even if it's just for testing. Same with alchemy. I do think for Alchemy is another one where you can't really stack it higher than 50%. So, I don't know. This might be one of the first characters that just sits on it and then just spends it on bags, 600 at a time. You just warbank, dump the mats, dump them in on every toon to craft and repeat. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. As I mentioned, you could easily be doing this much faster than I am once you get into like the rhythm of it. Only because I'm streaming and talking to you guys as well, am I doing this way slower than you could or should be doing. You could probably blast through each character's professions in like quite literally 60 seconds. Keep your add-ons to a minimum, so your load times are nice and fast, and I think you can probably blast through characters like super fast. I'm actually not really doing much more than logging onto these characters once or twice a week at the moment, so every time I do log onto them, I have a little bit more of a laundry list of stuff I want to do on them, but... Oh, this dude's a leather worker. Oh dear. Best to set up is an enchanter plus one other profession. Then you don't need to move between crafting tables. Yeah, enchanters can do their stuff from pretty much anywhere, which is sort of an advantage. But you do also want to make sure that you keep up with crafting orders, even on enchanting. Which I think requires you to be at the table, right? Surely it must do. Oh, that'll do. I'm not doing the rest of those. I dance around between the tables all the same. Who am I kidding? I'm not going to be crafting anything with leatherworking here, am I? Maybe some Q3 carapace backed hides, but I can't imagine there's much of anything that's worth me even pressing the button on. Maybe I'll press the button on these anyway, just to Oh, I've got a really weird number on Ingenuity refund here. Maybe I haven't finished filling that tree out. Defense kits were good yesterday. I have the recipe for that one. I don't seem to... yeah, they clearly seem to have been pushed back down again. They're kind of sporadic. Sometimes they work well, sometimes they don't. There we go. I don't try very hard on leatherworking. It's not worth the brain capacity.
What is your command? Return if you wish to speak again.
Hey, see, this is why you don't skip out on your patron orders, even on enchanting. cheeky augment rune from time to time makes it worth at least checking. Essence, shatter, go. I'm going to assume that one. Oh, so close. You want to split those up and you want to use a concentrate probably to squeeze out one extra craft, right? Is that going to mean I can press the button 6 times instead of... that's going to change though if I pop a vial. Then it's going to tell me not to use that. It's going to tell me to use a ingenuity instead. Yes. It's almost like I've done this before. Yeah, there we go. That should be at least 5 button presses. Let's see if we can get lucky. Big monies now, please, game. Never lucky. Never lucky. Hey, first proc. First of many. 2 for 2. Well, 2 for 4. Never lucky. Oh, we're doing alright. I think we've got one more. One more. Ugh, stupid game. Only 9 enchants. What absolute tragedy. This is a real mishmash setup on this character, because I never bothered getting books or doing catch up particularly very far or anything particularly by the looks of things.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
Love getting Q3 mats out of those little bags and all, you know. Love me some of that. It doesn't happen too often, but it's nice when it does. Go on, do your sending. Go on. You know you want to. Oh, it's crapped out, hasn't it? Let's try again. Don't know why that does that occasionally with TSM. Sometimes it just refuses to send something. Okay, now we're capped out there as well. Very nice. Capped out on concentration usage on leatherworking. Highest of priorities, clearly. But now that's... Oh, we've now filled both of those 2 trees with leatherworking. Now we have no choice, absolutely no choice, but to start putting points in gear crafting. Ooh, how gross is that? We have no choice but to. We filled the other 2 trees. How many knowledge points is that? That's a wild amount of knowledge points. 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180. 210, 240, 270, 300 knowledge? Is that really 300 knowledge points with leatherworking already? Holy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 times 3. Yeah, 300 knowledge points. 302 knowledge points with leatherworking. God damn. Does, what's that add-on? Have I got that add-on switched on? That tracks... What's it called? Weekly knowledge. Yo, this tracks all of your knowledge points as well. Can we filter? Doesn't look like we can filter these. Or sort by. Is 300 knowledge the most I've got on any of my professions? 290 on alchemy, 300 on leatherworking, 313 on enchanting now. Holy! 313 on enchanting. And I don't even think I've done all of the catch up on those ones either. Which is nearly halfway then. We're nearly halfway with enchanting already, 3 months into the expansion. Sheesh. Oh look, somebody who wants to get banned. Love that shit. Love that shit. See you later. $265 on enchanting on this dude. Yeah, we might be on 300 plus knowledge points on leatherworking now. But you do technically need 800 to fill the entire tree. 865 on blacksmithing. Ouch. That's gross. $435 in enchanting. Is that what you've got? Oh boy, that's a lot of knowledge. That's a lot of knowledge. Look how much catch-up points I still have to get. Damn. Okay. This dude needs to slam some stuff in the warbank. Let me move on. Right, this might be my last tune because I'm hungry. I need myself some food, and I have a sneaky suspicion as well. My wife has a meeting that she has to go to soon. She's about to turn up and say goodbye, I think, in a minute. Would be perfect time for me to also go get some food. Yeah, I don't think she's going to be bringing sushi back though, although I could ask her. That's actually a really good plan. It's a really good plan. She's not going to be back home until about 9 PM though. I could have a late sushi dinner. Or just 2 dinners. Pag B, you do speak sense. That is stomach logic, that is. Who's this dude? Enchanting and scribbling. Been craving sushi all week. Yeah, where we now live, there's not a good sushi place near us. It's either there's one sushi place that's about 45 minutes away that just so happens to be also in a relatively similar location to where we can go do our weekly food shop. So those two scenarios do coincide occasionally. Other than that, we have to go all the way into Helsinki for sushi. But it's totally worth it every time we do. What is that? Oh, okay. Do you save a lot from posting auctions on a Goblin? You don't save anything by posting auctions on a Goblin. Goblin Racial is a vendor discount, automatic vendor discount. And I don't even think about deposit fees. They're just, you know, because if the thing sells, you get the deposit back anyway. I will think of your sorrows when I have sushi in Osaka in 2 weeks. I mean, that's going to be good sushi. That's going to be good sushi. Feel free to flaunt your sushi in the Discord food porn channel. Do I make some ciphers, or do I just assume we're going to be doing Vantus runes again on this tune? I think Vantus runes is probably the play, isn't it? I never know exactly, so let's do a quick recipe scan just to be safe. Ciphers are still nearly 5 gold a piece anyway. We'll take ciphers. We might take ciphers over the Vantus runes if the price is similar anyway. Oh, Vantus runes have tanked. Maybe it's due to... Why would that be? We crafted Vantus runes earlier. Have the Q3 ones had a bit of a whoopsie? Or has something gone horribly wrong with them? Wait, what? What's going on here? Why is this dude dog shit at making... Oh, this dude's dog shit at making Vantus runes because I've not put enough points in here yet. That's why. That's why. No, where is it? Where's the... No, wait, hang on. That doesn't make no sense. Hello? I think I had this same problem the other day. Why is this going horribly wrong? Archival additions, runic research, and then Vantus runes node. Ah, yeah, that's why this dude is terrible at making Vantus runes, because he's terrible at making Vantus runes. Okay, that's why. So we do ciphers instead. Twos and twos, makes sense. Too cheap to use any finishing reagents on, but otherwise we take it. This is fundamentally the absolute rock bottom you can craft these for. Full 100 plus 40 build. Double ingenuity tool. Now this is a question. Does double ingenuity tool win against... Does double ingenuity win 4 gold 40, 455 profits versus multi-craft resourcefulness? Multi-craft resourcefulness still wins. Yeah, that's interesting. So, since even with 100% refund, on concentration, now, would that make a difference if I popped a vial? If we popped a vial as well, does that make full ingenuity? We're looking at 471 per point of concentration. Versus a multi-craft spec one, 496. No, multi-craft still wins, even when you pop an ingenuity vial as well. Yeah. So there we go. I made that bonus tool mostly just for testing. I've got 3 inscription tools on this character. Full resourcefulness tool, full ingenuity tool, and then a multi-craft resourcefulness tool. If you take the production of inks into the equation as well, if you produce your own inks from pigments and milling and all of that, if you can go from herbs to ciphers, you'll extract the most possible. This kind of leads me to the scenario that if you can multi-craft, you nearly always should. Even popping a big buff up here. We just need multi-craft to proc now. Annoyingly, these are so cheap to craft that the finishing reagents, what's it called, mirror powder, actually chips too far into your profit margins, but we're not getting two. We've had two multi-crafts. Oh, there we go. See, that's when you win. See, that's when you make your money. That's why multi-craft works, because occasionally you get that like 5x multi-craft proc out of it. That's why multi-craft still wins with Inscription, because it can do silly things when it works. Yeah, there we go. You really need to make a guide for CraftScan. I'm working on it. It's work in progress. It may not necessarily be in video form first. It will probably be in the Goblin guide first. As it's such a big add-on that for me to actually go through it in detail. But it might make its way into video form as well at some point. Because yes, I agree.
We are the Titan's bedrock and foundation.
Out of curiosity. Yeah, they did only provide Q1 mats. I don't have the recipes, but it's always funny when you see somebody provide Q3 mats for the crests. It's a bit of a feels bad on their behalf, but what are you gonna do? The multi-craft changes are on hold. Yes. Yeah, we don't know when they're coming back, if they're coming back. I so hope that they don't just slide it under the radar. I'm hoping that whatever caused them to feel the need to delay it, I think it was mostly because of the recraft system. The respec system that they're adding as well. Something about the respec for knowledge point system they're adding has caused them to have to undo a bunch of other planned changes. Maybe 11.1 at this point, but we'll see. Yes, otherwise on hold. Right, we should be able to do this one as well. Let's make an assumption that it's a bit of this. Oh, if we don't press concentrate, it's not going to work properly. What's gone horribly wrong here? Why are you not Why are you not switching to the right tool? There we go. I thought someone had gone loopy doops there. 46%, 5 button presses, double buffed. Right, go. Go gadget. 1 for 1. Never lucky. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Never lucky. Never lucky. We got 2 more never luckies. Oh no. This could be the last button press. Oh. Go on, 5 in a row or something. 2 in a row. 3 in a row. We love 3 in a row. 3 in a row is good. Ah, never lucky. Stupid game. Okay.
What brings you here?
Alright. There we go. Aha. As I suspected, a wild wife appears. Please hold, boys and girls. Back in 2. Alrighty. Okie diddly dokies. Let's get some of this stuff sent where it needs to be. Did I press all the buttons? Pressed all the buttons. Any buttons we haven't pressed? Don't have an enchanting button. No enchanting button? Just scribe button. Why do I not have enchanting button? This dude is a scribe and leveled up shit. Can't I just make myself an enchanting button? Why have I never thought about that? Just make an enchanting button. Enchanting, go. Oh, because I've got to be at the stupid table. Ah, forget it. It's only enchanting. Quests done. Send some mats where they need to be. Ooh, goodies. Top tier level of goodies. Q3 inks? Where the flippin' hell did Q3 inks come from? I didn't craft them. Did we harvest them from some patron order? Nice. Right though, boys and girls, that's probably me done for the day. Well, maybe not done for the day, but I need to go get me some food. And I need to continue updating the guide. That's what's been keeping me busy for the last few days, hence why I've not been streaming as much recently. But it should all be to everybody's advantage, hopefully. The main focus for me on it has been that I've pruned it and I've rewritten, not all of it, but I've rewritten a huge amount of the guide, you know, using today language, right? So I've added huge sections. I've added a big section to the guide about concentration. All of the professions are now split off into their own individual documents. This keeps the main guide at a reasonable size, instead of it being like 300 plus pages long, which was just, I'm going to be honest, I think it was actually more overwhelming than it was anything else. Meaning that I don't think many people actually worked through the guide or really extracted from it what they probably wanted to. So I've trimmed it, I've pruned it, given it some TLC, put the professions in their own guides, and it also means I can kind of highlight in a little bit more detail how up to date each one of these are. Fishing preview, please. Yeah, we won't talk about cooking or fishing yet. But in practice, there's the outlines of a guide. You can still see both mining and cooking and fishing are only version 0.5, so they're not really even fit for purpose right now. But the rest of the professions, they're all good enough, and alchemy and blacksmithing are the two so far that I've fully updated to today's languages. 1 go water, 2 fish, 3 sell. Yeah, something like that. Some in sharks, some in profit, is basically fishing, isn't it? So yeah, this is what I've been working on. So the guide is looking a lot neater, a lot more tidy, a lot more easy to navigate and manage, but still, hopefully, just as juicy and just as useful. So I got to, at least before 11.1, I want everything to be at like 2.0 version. That's my goal. That's my goal. So that then everything is like up to date, perfect. But yeah, I'm gonna go get me some food. I'm gonna work on that a little bit this evening. We may or may not stream tomorrow, depending on just how busy I get with updating the guide. It's a bit difficult, and it doesn't really feel like a proper stream if I'm just, you know, writing it and updating a guide on another screen. Even though, you know, we can chat and have questions and such, it doesn't kind of feel right to stream it at the same time. Feels a bit cheeky almost. But if I see you tomorrow, I'll see you tomorrow. Otherwise, have a wonderful day. Come say hi in the Discord. Thank you for all of the follows. Thank you for the bits, the subs, the button presses, the ad watches. Yeah, have a great day. I'll see you next time. Peace.